Tenía el micrófono completamente muteado. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Feliz miércoles, mitad de semana. Va a paso de tortuga esta semana. Ayer juraba que era viernes y era martes. Así que así estamos de este lado del planeta. Bienvenidos a un casino del tío Salo. Ya saben que en un rato les voy bueno, en unos minutos traeré a Alex y a Farhan acá para poder hacer esto de la manera correcta y poder ver los niveles, analizar el mercado y ver dónde entramos, dónde salimos, qué hacemos exactamente. Antes de eso, como siempre, quiero platicar tantito con ustedes de algo que para dar continuación a un tema y mantenerlos al tanto. Y esto es la inflación. Salieron los datos de inflación el día de hoy. Estos datos de inflación, estábamos esperando una inflación, un incremento en la inflación de 2.9%, 2.9% año a año. Llegó ¿cómo se llama? Estoy completamente mal, discúlpenme, un segundo. Lo que llegó fueron estos números. El mes a mes fue el 0.28% para arriba, nada mal. Y el año a año a 2.9%. La estimación eran 3%, así que bien para abajo. Core CPI vino en 2.8, en 0.28% mes a mes y anual estaban esperando. Ah, no, estos son los números que esperaban, Dios mío. Discúlpenme. Es muy temprano. Vamos a empezar una vez más. Ok, listos. Vamos a hablar de la inflación y de qué números llegaron el día de hoy. La expectativa, básicamente mes a mes era 0.3%, llegó a 0.2%, más abajo. La otra, CPI Core, estamos esperando 0.3%, igual en mes a mes, llegó en 0.2%. El año a año, estamos esperando un 2.9% y llegó en 2.8%. Y el Core, sí, y el Core también, la expectativa era 3.2, llegó en 3.1%. Niveles más bajos. Ahora, quiero enseñarles algo y quiero continuar con esto, ¿ok? Rápido. Permítanme presentar mi pantalla en un segundo, denme un segundito, acá la voy a poner. Vámonos a X. Y acá le pregunté a la gente, ¿ustedes creen que en el 2025 la inflación va a seguir, la van a arreglar o va a continuar creciendo? Todo el mundo, 60% dijo continuar creciendo. Y ahora están haciendo trampa, porque aquí abajo les expliqué que el mercado, la bolsa de valores, está haciendo un front run, se le está adelantando, está viendo para adelante que va a haber desinflación. Y no sé por qué es tan difícil verlo, pero para el final del 2025 ya no vamos a tener inflación. Todo el mundo me dijo que estaba absolutamente loco. Ahora, esta es la parte divertida del mercado. Personalmente, esto me encanta y es algo que deberían todos de ustedes ver. Todo el mundo cree que las tarifas de Trump es lo que están haciendo caer al mercado, que se los he dicho. Ni siquiera las han puesto, ni siquiera las han implementado. Ahora, Trump instaló tarifas en el 2016, cuando llegó en contra de China, etcétera. Y después, en el 2020, Biden incrementó esas tarifas y el mercado no cayó por las tarifas. Esa es la mentira, la que tiene a todo el mundo como loco y sobre todo a toda esa gente que nunca le importó la inflación, ahora le importa la inflación, pero esa gente que está muy preocupada ahora por la inflación que ya pasó, están muy preocupados creyendo que las tarifas es lo que está tirando al mercado. Y efectivamente no. Quiero y esto es algo que me encanta también, porque la gente está apasionada del lado de que son las tarifas lo que está causando esta caída de mercado. ¿Por qué me gusta? Porque cuando todo el mundo está de acuerdo conmigo, estoy mal. Eso ya lo aprendí. Lo aprendí en el 2022, en octubre, cuando dije, el mercado va a bajar más o va a subir. Todo el mundo dijo, va a bajar más. Yo dije, exacto. No, no bajó más. Empezó a subir desde ahí. Entonces, esta vez, ahora que todo el mundo me está mentando la madre cada que comento y digo en X, ¿no? Un hábito muy normal, donde comento que las tarifas no están causando esta caída de mercado. Lo que le está causando es simplemente el corte de gasto de gobierno. Mucha gente dice, pero ¿cómo? ¿Cómo van a estar recortando el gasto de gobierno? No han recortado nada y además quieren quitar el techo de deuda. Eso es diferente. Eso es completamente diferente. Uno, no puedes entrar y recortar todo de una. Dos, tenemos todas estas personas que trabajan en el gobierno que ya fueron despedidas, que todavía no cuentan y van a contar hasta septiembre. Y esto es lo que más me gusta, porque nadie puede ver para adelante, nadie puede ver más allá de sus manitas, justamente aquí enfrente de su cara. Y esto me pone todavía me da aún más sentimiento de que voy del lado correcto, por más que me meten la madre y me digan que no, que son las tarifas efectivamente. Es esto. El mercado tiene que descontar inflación. ¿Por qué? La deflación. Y la simple razón por qué es más sencilla que todo el mundo lo ve. En Argentina, ¿por qué bajó la inflación? ¿Por las tarifas? ¿Quién sabe por qué bajó la inflación en Argentina? ¿Quién sabe por qué se recuperó el peso argentino al nivel más alto el año pasado? ¿Quién sabe? ¿Fue por las tarifas? ¿O fue porque Javier Milei básicamente entró y despidió a todo el mundo? Ahora, él lo hizo mucho más rápido y más instantáneo el putazo para abajo, pero también estamos viendo Trueflation. Y esto es algo que les quiero enseñar. Trueflation. A ver si me lo permite instantáneamente. Aquí está. Un segundo. Vamos a compartir con ustedes. Vean, Trueflation. Está hasta aquí abajo, solamente para que tengan una idea de dónde estábamos en enero, de dónde estábamos en diciembre. Estamos aquí abajo, en el 1.4%. Y todavía me dicen que no, la inflación no va a bajar. Está cayendo el precio de la gasolina, está cayendo el precio del petróleo. Esto tiene que ver con los planes de crear, de empujar aún más la producción, pero más que nada tiene que ver con el bajo consumo que existe en este momento. También tienen que entender que si quitamos a una gran parte de los inmigrantes de estar comprando y ser parte de nuestra economía, eso afecta a todo. Entonces, lo que yo voy a estar esperando ahora con estos golpes de CPI va a ser una desinflación. Y la Reserva Federal, como siempre, va a actuar bastante tarde y vamos a llegar a deflación, porque en lo que bajas la inflación, solamente, y se los he dicho varias veces, perdón que me repita, solamente es un escalón en falso para entrar en deflación. Deflación es recesión. La única manera, y esto es algo que tiene que entender todo el mundo, ¿qué quiere decir que baje la inflación? ¿Alguien sabe cómo se ve una inflación bajando? ¿El mercado subiendo? ¿Todo el mundo comprando de todo, gastando como locos? ¿O nadie compra y por ende bajas precios? ¿Y qué pasa cuando nadie compra y por ende bajas precios? Es deflacionario, pero ¿eso qué te está indicando? Que no hay actividad económica, que está a la baja. Y eso quiere decir que vamos para adelante justamente en este paradigma. Una vez más, ¿qué es lo que veo pasando este año y cuál es mi apuesta monetaria? Para que no crean que nada más estoy contándoles historias de nada. Es cash, es el rey. Warren Buffett tiene el trade más perfecto de la historia, tiene 330 mil millones de dólares en cash, esperando a que todo esto se dé. Para mí, mi opinión personal, lo que va a ser el cisne negro va a ser una de estas medidas de CPI que va a salir, y lo que va a pasar cuando salga la medida de CPI, el dato va a ser tan bajo que la gente no lo crea. Y eso va a ser de todo el mundo al principio se va a poner alcista y después se van a dar cuenta de lo que significa. Porque deflación tiene que causar lo contrario a lo que causó la inflación. Y la inflación ha causado una subidota. Y una vez más, no tenemos que ser genios, no tenemos que adivinar el futuro, no tenemos que ver para adelante. Lo único que tenemos que ver es lo que hizo Argentina. Si no pueden y no lo han checado, dense una vuelta en este canal, en Alejandro Salomón Emprendeduro en YouTube. Hay un video donde platico con Bruno de cómo fue esto en Argentina, cómo pasó paso a paso. Si ven ese video junto con el de por qué me estoy saliendo del mercado y combinan la información de esos videos, estamos justamente parados acá. Todavía nadie te puede explicar por qué está bajando la bolsa. Algo que a mí en sí me está llamando la atención es que ya estén diciendo que va a haber recesión. Es lo único que me saca de todo, porque ¿por qué lo están admitiendo? Aunque los bancos están bajando sus estimaciones, están diciendo que el S&P 500 en vez de estar en 6.500 para fin de año, ahora va a estar en 6.200, un recorte de 300 puntos. No es tanto cuando estamos hablando en general, pero el hecho de que los empiecen a recortar, porque recuerden, cuando empezaron a subir estimaciones de ingresos todas las empresas, lo hacen cada cuarto. Entonces cada cuarto te dicen, no, el próximo nos va a ir mejor, 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 mejor. Y luego cuando los empiezan a bajar, es cuarto a cuarto, no te lo dan todo de una, entonces van, no, va bajando, va bajando, va bajando, va bajando. Y es justamente lo que estamos viviendo en este momento con lo de los datos de los bancos. Personalmente creo que van a continuar ajustando a la baja sus expectativas. Y una vez más, no hay nada más que nos esté llevando a esto. Y esto fue literalmente la campaña de Donald Trump. A mí lo que más me saca de pedo en esto, de nuevo, estoy muy emocionado porque todo el mundo cree que estoy mal y es el mejor lugar en el que puedo estar. Y entendido, hasta muchos me han escrito en Twitter. Uno de ustedes me dijo el sándwich de Homero, cabrón. Quien lo haya puesto, te quiero, aprecio eso. Que dice, güey, últimamente he estado completamente en desacuerdo con muchas cosas de lo que dices, pero aquí seguimos. Tío, se aprecia, no tenemos que estar en la misma página y también puedes aprender de mis errores. Si me equivoco en esto, es decir, bueno, el pendejo, el tío Salo se equivocó por hacer esto y por ver esto y por decir que esto iba a pasar y no pasó. Y eso te va a ayudar a aprender. No estoy aquí para estar bien, yo soy una persona como cualquier otra, no soy perfecto, no se trata de eso. Pero para mí es divertido, ¿por qué? Porque me salí en el tope del mercado. A mí me pueden decir lo que quieran, lo que quieran, lo que quieran, de todo. Puede estar mal, puede estar equivocado, puede que le esté viendo mal, pero me salí en el lugar correcto en el mercado. Personalmente creo que sí. Y habrá mucha gente que lo debata, pero personalmente creo que sí, sobre todo volteando a ver todas las acciones que apoyé, bueno, que compré el año pasado, saliéndome de ellas, estoy mucho más arriba de cuando me salí de donde están ahorita, lo que quiere decir que puedo usar ese dinero para comprarlas una vez más y volver a ello. ¿Por qué no estoy comprando todavía? Porque todavía el mercado no ha absorbido las noticias y la idea de que deflación es el paso que sigue. Y esa es la sorpresa para todo el mundo. Entonces, equivocado no esté, mínimo eso me salió bien. Y ahora, ¿voy a poder comprar cosas más baratas en el futuro? Eso está por verse. Mínimo por ahora, mi tesis en Rivian, mi tesis en Tesla, mi tesis en Coinbase. El gas natural lo dejé. El gas natural les dije que se iba a doblar, se dobló ya, pero el gas natural me voy a salir de intentar meterme ahí. Fue un trade muy fácil. Y yo creo que para ser un buen trader no tienes que tomar todos los trades. Para ser un buen inversor no tienes que tomar todas las inversiones, sino siempre tienes que estar en la bolsa. Creo que puedes tomar momentos donde hay claridad en el mercado enfrente de ti y aprovechar esos momentos de claridad. Cuando lo ves como si fuera un mapa de las estrellas, como los tres reyes magos leyendo ese cielo, diciendo, vamos para allá. Y está el chavito al que le vamos a regalar todo este oro, todo este, no sé qué más le regalaron al güey, pero así que estén atentos. La inflación va para abajo. Todavía ayer mismo que hice esta encuesta dijeron que iba para arriba. La inflación está bajando, no continúa subiendo, pero a un ritmo más bajo. Primero nos toca desinflación. Desinflación es ese crecimiento de la inflación bajando y reduciéndose, y una vez que llega a cero o se vuelve negativo, se vuelve deflación. Deflación solamente y esta reducción de inflación pueden venir por causa de menos gasto, como lo quieran ver. Y esa causa de menos gasto quiere decir que vamos a poca y baja actividad económica. Eso quiere decir que el dinero se alenta, las transacciones se alentan. ¿Por qué? Porque ya no estás cambiando, ya no estás comprando, ya no estás mandando. El güey que le compraste el coche, ahora ese güey va a comprar otro. Todo esto se alenta. La velocidad del dinero se alenta, las inversiones se alentan, todo se alenta y eso nos lleva al escenario que personalmente creo que estamos en. Ahora, sería legendario si me sale tal cual. Espero estar equivocado en una que otra cosa o tal vez en toda la teoría. Pero si no, han sido 2 años brutales de mercado para todos nosotros. Pero bueno, vamos a seguir para adelante, vamos a darle con absolutamente todo. Los quiero invitar a todos ustedes que quieran aprender a hacer trading absolutamente gratis, a unirse a nuestro Discord, platicar con toda nuestra gente que está ahí en la comunidad, porque de verdad esos tíos les saben. Y además siempre es bueno apoyarte y respaldarte en otros análisis, no solamente en el tuyo, para poder entender exactamente dónde te equivocaste, dónde lo tuviste bien. Si se meten en el enlace de acá abajo, y ahorita se los voy a poner en X, se los prometo, lo único que tienen que entender es que todos los menús están en la izquierda. Esto es el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan acá a la izquierda. Pueden ver acá el chat general. El chat general es la estrella, por supuesto. Aquí vengan a platicar con toda esta bola de degenerados y ver lo que están pensando, lo que están tradeando, si están haciendo un corto, si están haciendo un long, por qué lo están haciendo. Si tienen preguntas de todo lo que platicamos, aquí tienen el criptolingo, por supuesto, para que entiendan toda la terminología. También tenemos, obviamente, nuestras noticias, pero si necesitan también enlaces oficiales, aquí están nuestros únicos enlaces oficiales, nada más. Y aquí lo tienen, aquí estamos. Y para todos ustedes, bola de degenerados que quieran participar en tradear futuros, de nuevo, esto no les cuesta absolutamente nada. Tenemos nuestro enlace para abajo en Bluffing, que es para criptomonedas, para futuros de criptomonedas. Y también tenemos BTCC, que funciona igualito que Bluffing, pero en BTCC puedes hacerle corto, long, también acciones tokenizadas a Forex, al petróleo y a otras cosas. Entonces, si quieren aprender cómo hacer eso, lo único que tienen que hacer es, de nuevo, esto es gratis, vienen a Tutos en nuestra página, el enlace está aquí abajo, cómo tradear en Bluffing. Te va a abrir esta ventanita, un video de 5 minutos, vas a saber cómo mandar dinero, cómo abrir tu cuenta, cómo exactamente hacer todo, y en 5 minutos vas a estar listo para estar perdiendo dinero contigo. Y aquí tienes el enlace para la página de Bluffing también, para que te lleve directo y te puedas registrar. En BTCC tenemos un torneo de trading de 60,000 USDT. Cáiganle de una, estamos repartiendo esto entre los primeros 5 lugares. Pero bueno, vámonos de aquí a las tablas. Alex, Farhan, let us get ready, boys. How are you? Good
Buenos
morning.
días, muchachos. Back in good old Mexico.
Morning, boys.
How's your back?
Oh, it hurts like a bitch. But today it's been significantly better.
Okay, good. That's great. That's absolutely great. How are you, Alex? How you doing, man? I feel like you had a few adventures.
Yeah, I've had some ventures since last stream. Uh, last night was a little. I get off the yacht, go home, get locked in the bathroom. So I had to deal with that. Woke up
Hey,
hungover.
there's a reason you guys are both named Alejandro.
I know. It's crazy that it happened to the two of us. I think it's absolutely insane. And the reason that to me, when it happened in Ibiza, they couldn't open the door. Like the guy showed up, like a big black guy, and he's like, "Nah, I can't open the door." So they literally were like, "Until tomorrow, there's nothing we can do." So I had to kick the door open,
Like,
and then
and so
they,
basically until tomorrow you can sleep in there.
yeah, and then they try to charge me for breaking the door.
That's crazy. After you were.
Insane. Yeah, fucking assholes. All righty, let's get started with this. We have, believe it or not, the first thing people want to analyze and take a look at is Tesla, and then of course afterwards we'll get to Bitcoin. Who wants to do Tesla? Now
Would
that
you like
we're
to do it,
analyzing
shall
how
I?
a Nazi company behaves.
Yeah, the Nazi.
It's something.
I think Trump was tweeting or posting or truthing about Tesla.
Well,
And
he
he
bought
bought one too.
a Tesla. Yeah, I
Oh,
want to
he
buy
bought
a
one?
red one now. Yeah,
That-
Just get it
motherfucker.
wrapped.
Uh,
Just get it
get
wrapped.
it wrapped. Yeah, exactly. I could do that and just fix it.
And then,
We're ready
and then
for you,
even
sir.
if somebody vandalizes it, you'll be protected.
I know there'll be terrorists. I never thought that he, she, they, may, play, up and down would be a terrorist. Never thought that.
Them.
Is that whatever the fuck it is? Now they're terrorists.
Now they're on the same level as ISIS.
Exactly.
And plus the wrap will protect your paint.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's absolutely
And it
true.
might actually look nicer than a Tesla paint job. Like, no shade.
I do like the red paint though. That like
Oh, it's
candy
nice. The
looking red.
multi-coat red, it's nice.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
On the let's start with the quarterly on Tesla. It's not looking nice. But what bulls still have going for them is that this isn't a quarterly uptrend where we have a lower high and we have closed successfully over that lower high. So what usually happens after a lower high is, I mean, a higher high is a lower higher low. So that what we're on lookout for right now is a higher low. And as of this moment, as long as we're closing over $175.79, anything above that is just going to be a lower higher low. And we do have a bounce perfectly right off of this 21 EMA once again, where we started really going up after we reclaimed the 21 EMA. So as long as we're holding this 21 EMA and we're closing over this $175 area, we're just in the zone for a higher low. One thing you have to remember though, this is a quarterly chart. So it is going to take a long time for these moves to actually play out. It could be more than a year before you see new all-time highs with Tesla, but you should know that it's more likely to happen versus than this trend reversing back to the downside. Sure, it's not impossible that this could revert back into a down or go into a downtrend and actually shift down, but as of right now, you should assume the trend is going to stay up versus it's going to reverse.
Higher
And if
probabilities. I'm going to ask you to
yeah,
take a quick second break, real quick, and go get Alex from the bathroom because he's stuck again. I swear to God,
okay.
I'm not making this up. I am so
Let me
sorry.
go get him.
Go get him. Perdón a todo el mundo. Alex se quedó atorado una vez más en el baño.
Oh fuck! That hurt. That hurt. That hurt my back getting up.
Oh, thank you, Farn.
I feel
Good.
like such an old man.
I
This is
know.
the
Welcome
karma
to my
for all
life.
those old jokes I said, huh?
Now I get you back, motherfucker.
I cough and throw my back out.
Age.
So on the quarterly as well on Tesla, we're dropping down into the bearish control zone on momentum. We're dropping below the moving average, and we're getting some pretty low levels on momentum. The last time we entered this level on momentum in Tesla was back in July of 2022, right before the big bear market collapse. While we have volatility on the verge of expansion. But what gives you some hopium though is if you look at the jewel on Tesla, the jewel is starting to curve around and give you a fresh buy signal, switching from a sell signal. So if we were to mark with a vertical line, this would only ever happen in one time in Tesla history, on the quarterly, where it switches over from a sell signal to a buy signal, and let's mark where it happened right there. Let's mark where it happened right here. And notice one other thing. Where we did it right now, momentum came significantly lower than where it did there. The price actually made a higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence. The way to confirm that divergence right now is going to be a little difficult because you would have to close above about $439.74. But if you do confirm that hidden bullish divergence, it gives you very high probabilities of hitting that 50% at a minimum. And that 50% right now sits at over $1,000. It's at $1,067. So, and you also got to realize that quarterly hidden bullish divergence is going to be pretty powerful. So, first time you ever had a quarterly hidden bullish divergence, doesn't seem too crazy to see if that 50% range get hit. But let's continue with that vertical line on the jewel signal. We got it right here after this candle's close. Doesn't seem like much, but we still went up a
No, it
good
is.
amount after that. That's about 181 to 182% that we went up from there. How much of a percent up were we looking for to hit that 50% from here? Oh, roughly the
Almost.
same amount. Very
Damn.
interesting. Very, very interesting. Markets don't repeat, but they rhyme. On the monthly, we're also getting the same thing where momentum is flipping down, volatility is contracting at the same time. Momentum on the monthly is just now approaching the reset zone. So there is a very, very strong probability or possibility that it could flip around from here. What you would need for that to happen is you would need the median to hold on a closing basis. As of right now, we've corrected all the way down to the 21 and we're back above the median. We do have 19 days and 7 hours to go to maintain this close, but if as long as we close over that median, probabilities are that we're going to retest this 38.2%. And at that point, momentum is going to shift back around to the upside. From the reset point, the volatility is going to be at basically 0%. That's going to be all of the planets aligned for massive moves to the upside, as long as that median does hold. And if you want to see the spring, you'd want to see a close over this 38.2%, which is at about $291. Once you get all of that together, then you're going to get volatility expansion to the upside, and you're probably going to go to new all-time highs rather quickly. But of course, everything needs an invalidation. So on the same side, you're getting the jewel losing its buy signal. And if we do switch to a sell signal, that will happen if we lose the median. Then we're very likely to correct all the way down to the 100, which is somewhere around like $172. And at that point, this whole uptrend is going to be in question. It's going to be a lot more likely this thing is going to break down. On the 2 week, we're getting a very, very strong idea of a bounce from here. If for at the very least a local bottom, if not even the macro bottom, because we're hitting almost 100% on our momentum to the downside, 98.41%. Volatility is hitting 98.41%, and we're basically getting very close to the 100% of the HPR range. We're way beyond the 97.5% range. So at this zone, you have an extremely high probability of a bounce. And what's even more likely is that not only will you bounce, but in the next 2 days and 7 hours, you're very likely to close over this 97.5%, which is around $283.56. So if you were very aggressive and you want to take a quick scalp, you could kind of long this at this point with a stop loss at this wick low and get out over here, although your risk reward would not be the best. It just probabilities would be in your favor of that playing out. And we are tapping this 100 EMA, which we have not really touched ever since this breakout originally started. So this would be like quite the what do you call it? Fuckery filled type of higher low, but it would be a higher low nonetheless. On the weekly, we're getting the same thing as the 2 week, 99.4% on momentum, 99.4% on volatility, and we are tapping the 100% range on the HPDR while holding the 200 SMA. This is looking quite turning into quite of a bullish setup now right now, as long as we can close over this 200 SMA. It's not really going to matter whether we close this candle green or red, but as long as we hold this 200 SMA, this will be taken as a hammer candle, especially since we swept the liquidity below all of these lows, and then if we close above it and we close above the 200, that would be a textbook swing failure pattern. And at the very, very least, that's going to give us a retest of this cluster of EMAs up here around $325. And if we can start to close over this area, we're probably going to go to new all-time highs. And this is going to be turned into a major bear trap. Basically, shake out everybody who thought they were going to get rich by longing Tesla into Trump's inauguration.
Yep.
On the 5 day, we're getting momentum. And of course, the markets would never be mean enough to do that, right? No.
They would never do that. No.
Never.
On the 5 day, we're also getting the same thing, momentum at absolute extreme levels, volatility at extreme levels. Like you absolutely are going to have to bounce from here. Like mathematically, you're going to need a mean reversion. And mean reversion to the downside is the upside, which we are seeing a bounce. And right on the 5-day, the 200 SMA is being a little bit of resistance, not much, because considering we're just below it by a hair. But if we can close over that 200, that's also going to be a swing failure pattern on the 5-day, which will also set us probabilities of hitting that $325 area. That's going to be key. If we can start to close over that area, this is going to be because this is all going to be a bad dream and going to turn into a massive bear trap. Elon's going to have the last laugh if that happens.
I was gonna say, even on down markets, Tesla does like to give insane pumps and then like the insane reversal. I do think at some point we'll see Tesla at 180, 185. But
If that 325
yeah,
area fails, then very likely.
Same.
yeah, exactly.
And that is a significant bump to the upside from here. Like if you were to measure to 325, that's like 32% to the upside.
Hmm.
That's a lot.
Yeah, no,
On
and
the, on the two,
he does do
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, just like Rivian also. Whenever it gives you
Hmm.
the scam pumps, it goes up bigly.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember the type of people that are trading these things are people who are going to be suckered in by seeing a 30% pump. 20% on the 2-day, we're seeing the same thing where momentum at absolute extreme levels, volatility at absolute extreme levels, very close to start getting our momentum flipping up, slowly starting to creep back up, still below the moving average, and we are just for dear life trying to hang on to this 200 SMA. We have kind of lost it right now. We do have a day and 7 hours to go. The fact that we're at such extreme levels on the HPDR though does make it likely that we are going to close over this 200 SMA probably over this 97.5%, which will then activate that bounce towards that 100, which is about $300. At this point, we are going to be in a very, very, very precarious situation around that 300 to $325 area because you do have a silver cross as a downside, and that 325 would be a perfect retest of the silver cross and this 38.2%, and this would be the exact area where bears would dump it to make our next lower high. So if I was holding longs from this area, I would completely de-risk around this zone because the profits are good enough to where I'd be completely satisfied, and it's just not worth taking that risk of holding it into the area where you would have your textbook lower high.
Hmm.
On the daily, we're already starting to get that momentum flip up, getting over the moving average. Volatility is now starting to flip down, and you're getting a God mode buy signal on the jewel within the critical zone. You lost the sell signal and shifted to a neutral. Now we're just waiting for the light blue buy signal. Just mark with a vertical line whenever we got this in the critical zone or in the bearish control zone. Let's do with the God mode buy signal. Let's see if we have enough examples. If not, then we'll just do it within the bearish control zone. Tesla does like to dump, so we should have a decent amount of God modes. That's the double-edged sword of the dump, is if you dump a lot, you get a lot of these what do you call it, playable bounces. Like if you ever see on Wall Street bets, there's a lot of like really, really, really degenerate people. Like I know we're degenerate, but they're even more degenerate than us because they like to
What?
gamble on companies that go bankrupt.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely insane. That's like basically doing altcoin investments.
Yeah, and I've seen some like serious gains. Like this one dude bought Bed Bath and Beyond, but they went bankrupt. It like quickly went down to near zero, bought a fuck ton there, and made like 500K in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it almost never plays. I've bought a few companies that have gone bankrupt and they never went up.
They just stay there or go
Yeah.
down another 99%.
I just learned my lesson from that. Like same thing with like meme coins and all that stuff. Like, all right, you already wiped me out a few times. I'm good.
I have enough examples now. Where's the price? Oh, it's gonna be way down, I think. Yep. So we did get a bounce here. Doesn't seem like much on the chart, but that was 18.61% bounce on a stock on a daily setup. This one was bigger. From the close to the wick high, 69.72%. Very beautiful number. Artistic, if I would say. Come on. Another pretty nice pump from open to high, 48%. Quite respectable. I feel like you can make a living catching a 40%, 48% move.
If every year you just do 2 to 3 trades that do that,
You'd be rich as
that's
fuck.
it. Yeah.
Fuck, where did my indicators go? There we go. Another quite large move. The smallest one so far has been 18.9%, and every single one after that has been pretty massive. 80%, so that makes 2 for 80%. This one was not much, like the other one. About 11%. Still double digits. And it was rather quickly, so if you were to bought some call options, you would have probably printed off of that.
Mm-hmm.
And as of the current one, maybe we'd have to do it from this candle. From the open to the high, we're only up 5.22%. If we were to take it to the lowest number of 11%, that'd bring us up to about $252. Take the next lowest one of about 18%, brings us basically exactly to this meme line at around $267. And then we take the higher end number of the middle number of about 69%, slightly higher than that 325 area. That would bring us to about basically almost exactly to this lower high, around this $370 to $380 area. And this is going to become a very, very significant area, because if you can close over this previous lower high at about $367, very, very likely you're going to go to new, not only current all-time highs, probably going to go to significantly new all-time highs. And this is going to take a good amount of time to play out. So at that point, the HPDR ranges will step up, because right now I can't give you much of a higher target than 474, because that would be the 100% range. But at that point, we'd have to see what the 100% range is at. Interesting how not one of the God mode buy signals on the daily for Tesla has been a failure. Bitcoin will have a few failures. I guess the stocks trade more cleanly. On the 4-hour, also momentum is starting to shift up with volatility shifting down, and the 4-hour is also giving you a God mode dual buy signal.
Damn.
So probabilities are from here that you very likely bounce at least to that $265 area to 300, if not 325. There's the RSI. Ding.
Ooh.
Quarterly, you still have your hidden bullish divergence active. You're getting quarterly volatility expansion, and here your hidden bullish divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing above $212.11. So our current candle went all the way down to $217, didn't quite hit 212. Your continuation of the divergence is going to be a close above $439.74, which would also give you monthly dual hidden bullish divergence if you close over that number, which would then send you up towards the bullish control zone, which right now the bullish control zone sits at about $487, very close to our current all-time highs. And then the next level is the critical zone, which that one is going to be a big if, but you would have monthly hidden bullish divergence, so maybe not as much of a big if. That number is at $1,346. Monthly on the RSI doesn't have the hidden bullish divergence that the HPDR momentum does have. That's one of those instances where it might be better to have different outlooks for the momentum chart. I mean, a momentum indicator, but you still don't want to have more than one momentum indicator on one chart. It's better to have the setup that I have, or if I want to look at a different momentum indicator, I open up a different setup. And the beauty with TradingView is you can make as many of these setups as you want. 2 month, no. I mean 2 week, not 2 month. Weekly does have possible hidden bullish divergence where we drop below all of these lows, technically making a higher low, and it will confirm if we close above $303.94. That's what probably activates that move to a minimum of around $325. And if we can get over that, then that divergence will take us to our current all-time highs. And right now, that number would be at the simple moving average about $539, which our current all-time highs are just below that area. So this divergence would take us to new all-time highs. 5 day as well. 5 days, forming 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence that would very likely be new all-time highs if we can close above 200. Oh, it's even easier. $284.35. It's going to be so funny if Tesla just runs it back turbo from all of the shit they've been getting recently on Twitter from people who disagree politically.
Oh, yeah.
You've heard it here first. Tesla all-time highs tomorrow.
I hope you get clipped for 7 years.
On the 4-hour, we have 3 drives of bullish divergence confirmed. Usually, whenever you get 3 drives within the bearish control zone, it sets you up for a pretty significant bounce. And right now, with that 3 drives of divergence, we'd have a minimum target of somewhere around this first is 21 at about $268, $269. Very nice $269 number. Then from there, you should have a free shot towards this 55, which is at about like $300-ish. What I'm thinking is going to be the real resistance zone, though, is this 200. Because this 200 has been support since before we actually broke down. And that number is sitting right around that 325 to like $340 area. That's going to be the real spot that we test at. And right now we do have a double extreme on volatility after our move to the downside, which increases the probabilities even more that we get a bounce from here. So every single setup we're looking at leans towards a short-term bounce.
Your friend ran my ding. I was about to do it.
There's bullish divergence on the ting, so I front ran it. On the 3-month, we're getting that volatility expansion, and we're getting momentum currently to the downside, and it is right at the edge of the bearish control zone. So bulls have 19 days and 6 hours to save this. If they close it below if it closes below $308, this is going to shift momentum to the downside. The last time we shifted momentum to the downside in the quarterly was over here, and we had quite a significant dump from there. We went down about 71, almost 72%. But if they can shift it, close it up on this quarterly, it's going to be a rejection of the bearish control zone, which takes us to the bullish control zone, and that's going to be quite the bump. Last time we did that on the quarterly was right around here, and I don't think I need to tell you this was quite the bump. This was about 2,672% to the upside after we flipped momentum to the upside. That's quite a lot. I'm not even looking for 2,000%. I'm only looking for a tranquilo 170%. Monthly is currently to the downside. Hopium is that volatility is starting to contract a little bit on this next monthly open. It's likely to drop below the moving average, and it's going to flip down as long as you're below $425.60. And it's going to be a rejection of the critical zone too. 2 week is also to the downside with volatility contracting, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be to the downside below $425. Weekly is also to the downside, but weekly is getting volatility expansion with this dump, and it's going to be down and entering the critical zone as long as you're below 366. 5 days well to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's going to be down as long as you're below same number, 366. 2 days are going to flip up with volatility at extreme levels, giving us the idea that same idea of a short-term bounce. At the very least, to retest this silver cross, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're above $220. Daily as well, starting to flip up. And while volatility contracts, telling you this is likely going to be a corrective move, and we're probably going to get a short-term bounce, and momentum is going to be up as long as you're above $235.50. 4 hours as well is to the upside, and it's going to be up with volatility contracting as long as you're above $232.50. So all of the higher time frames are still currently pointed to the downside on Tesla, except for I believe the quarterly, which is still technically pointed to the upside, but price is below it. If it does close below that quarterly pivot, that's where I'm gonna say that the idea for the higher low is probably out the window or probably gonna break down. But as of right now, since the trend is still up on the quarterly, I would have to assume it will close over that pivot. And the hopium is that on the higher time frames, where the momentum is to the downside, the volatility is starting to contract. And now we're getting to areas where we probabilities are on the side of bouncing. At the very least, if not a short-term bounce, then a reversal, because we're getting to major EMAs, we're getting momentum starting to shift back up. We're getting possibility of hidden bullish divergences. All of the stars are kind of aligning right now. And on the lower time frames, down to like the daily, momentum is starting to shift up, volatility shifting down. So what I would think would probably happen is we get a corrective bounce for somewhere around that $325 area. Probably get another quick nuke from there to shake out all of the longs, and then I would expect that nuke to be the macro bottom, and that would probably give us those divergences into our current all-time highs and then the all-time highs.
Tesla, my friend, likes to do it in threes, but I couldn't agree more with what you're saying. 1 second. God, I hate this new StreamYard thing. Look at this. This November 2021, right? All-time high back then. And then followed by this mega bottom, right? Like this drop. Guess when that was? End of February 2022. February 22, 2022. Okay? And then you get a massive bounce up until April. So temporal, like when we talk about like Rivian, that kind of follows the same patterns, I'm going to be expecting kind of like the same thing. At the same time, we got 1, 2, 3 moves on a downtrend before this. Okay? So I'm going to be expecting this. And I want you to look at this. From the top to this bottom right here, 43% down. From here to the top, it's a 64%. I think we can get some sort of a mega bounce too. We've never seen Tesla drop like this, just from the top. That's a first time. Well, not really. Kind of like this. It's very similar. And that
the harder they fall, the harder they bounce.
Exactly. This was a 40% down, and then you saw the move that he did to the upside. Just a cool 120%. So in here, yeah, in here I would expect Tesla, and look at this, fucking beautiful. I would expect Tesla to bounce here, go here, get everyone like ready. Fuck. That's what I would be expecting on Tesla. And that also creates a massive head and shoulders with a big target, which would be ridiculous. So I'm not.
Would it be negative?
I'm sure. Hang on a second. So let's pretend.
I just like to see it for funsies.
Let's pretend it starts here and it goes through here. So let's say that the line is here. Okay. Kind of a shitty job there with the line. That will take us to minus $43.
Beautiful. They're going to pay us $40 for every share of Tesla. 1 million shares, please.
I just think this is the area where I myself I'm looking for maximum opportunity, and I'm going to be patient. I don't care how much of these we get right now. As far not trading investment wise, trading wise, different ball game, right? Like we want to take advantage of these bounds, no doubt. So yeah, interesting. Thank you, sir. We're gonna
3x longs on Tesla at $180 for generational wealth.
That's right. Fuck yeah. All righty, I'll get going with this, and Bitcoin is next. Thank you, boys.
I'm gonna take
Thank
a
you,
piss
Farhan.
real quick.
Please do.
Just don't lock yourself in the bathroom.
I was gonna say, for the fucking love of God, do not close that door.
Just use your bathroom.
Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, lo estamos viendo en una temporalidad semanal. Pueden ver estos deliciosos niveles. Siempre se los dejo para que los puedan tomar a los que les interese tomarlos. Funcionan bastante bien. Esta es una de las acciones que me gusta y que he seguido por mucho tiempo y que me siento con más confianza de entenderla que otras. Ahora, ¿qué estaba justamente viendo con Farhan? Tenemos este tope acá. Perdón, un segundito. Ya me elimino eso, bajo esto. Tenemos este tope por acá. Lo están viendo, ¿no? En los 487. Vamos a usar este tope como referencia. Este fue el tope del 2021. ¿Por qué lo quiero usar como referencia? Porque más o menos la situación es parecida a la de ahorita. Ok, con eso entendido. ¿Cuándo se dio este tope? El noviembre del 2021. De ahí caímos, y esto es algo que con Rivian podemos ver, hasta casi el final de febrero 22 del 2022, un 43%. Esta caída que la que estamos viviendo en Tesla es mucho más grande, pero este 43% nos llevó a dar un rebote de ¿cuánto? De 63% a la alza. Personalmente creo que estamos ante este tipo de situación. Lo que yo creo que vamos a ver es simplemente esto. Cuando llegue acá todo el mundo se va a emocionar y bolas, güey. Te va a dar otra vez este tipo de movimiento. Ahora, esto no quiere decir que no voy a aprovechar tradeando en BTCC con apalancamiento Tesla, porque relativamente hablando, este no es un movimiento muy difícil de comprender y de invalidar, entender dónde estás parado, ¿ok? Y vean todas las velas rojas que ha tenido Tesla y esta es una vela básicamente topera al revés de fondo, ¿no? Esta vela te tendría que decir de cerrar así, que estás básicamente a punto de rebotar con fuerza y es lo que vimos con este estilo de vela, ¡pum!, para arriba. Ahora vámonos un poco ya más a lo que estamos acostumbrados. Solamente quería que vieran eso y que entendieran que una cosa es invertir a largo plazo y otra cosa es tradear. Y personalmente me gusta la idea de tradearlo por ahora y la inversión llegará después, una vez que llegue a mi línea roja. Mi línea roja es mi zona de máxima oportunidad y creo que la va a tomar por acá en los 182, 183, tal vez 170, dándonos un alto más un bajo más alto y continuando hacia arriba. Pero para esto no va a pasar en 2 semanas. Lo que va a pasar en 2 semanas es el bounce, el rebote que estamos viendo en este momento. Voy a ponerles esto. Pueden ver que estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 9 en la trimestral y estamos siendo apoyados por el promedio del 21. Esto es lo que les había dicho. Normalmente solamente llegamos al 34 cuando es el fondo y el 34 está en 173.69. Está bastante lejos. Todavía no lo retesteamos, así que lo vamos a dejar en paz por ahora. Esto nos pone una bandera de precaución porque básicamente tu tabla trimestral no está en la postura más alcista del mundo. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que tenemos por acá? Tenemos un rechazo de la media justamente acá y ahora estamos cayendo por debajo del 9. Wait, why is my quarterly different than yours? Oh, fuck, Farhan's in the bathroom. Where's la mensual?
You changed your settings, right, to his? I think we did that on
Yeah,
stream.
of course.
Hmm.
Maybe it's the monthly, the one that yeah. Okay, the monthly is the one that he said quarterly, but he was the monthly. Sorry. This is my bad for not paying more attention. Ok, thank you. Entonces, estamos perdiendo por acá el promedio del 9 y estamos rebotando en el 68. Bueno, en realidad rebotamos en esta línea meme en los 2.16 y en el promedio del 21, por ahí de los 2.14, le hizo el front run con esta línea. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que tenemos que hacer si somos alcistas en Tesla? Queremos retomar el nivel de los 258 y tener un viaje casi gratuito a la zona de los 296, 299, que es donde ves mi línea meme amarilla que está cruzando por acá. Eso sería el rebote esperado. ¿Por qué? Porque pueden ver lo que agresivo que ha caído y esta es una vela trimestral. Esta vela va a cerrar en 19 días y 6 horas. Así que atención a esto. Volatilidad estaba expandiendo, pero ahora aún no contrayendo oficialmente, pero empieza a darnos señales de que probablemente vaya a contraer. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual te pone una fotografía bastante sencilla de entender. Ahora que salga el arco iris, verán por qué. Tenemos nuestra media y pueden apuntar esto en donde está nuestro 34, básicamente, en los $242. Estamos rebotando a la alza. De rebotar a la alza, deberíamos en básicamente 19 días y 6 horas, deberíamos de poder regresar a los 291. De ser rechazados acá, pues iríamos una vez más a los bajos 200, pero mínimo estando por encima de la media, deberíamos de tener, no perdiéndola, una vez más el nivel son los 242, 242.85. De no perderla y estar por encima de aquí a fin de mes, deberíamos de ver la parte alta de la zona azul en 290. De poder rebotar con fuerza, romper la parte alta de la zona azul, deberíamos de poder ir al 50% que está en los $318. Eso dicho, estamos viendo que volatilidad continúa expandiendo, está yéndose de lado y está a punto de agarrarla el promedio de volatilidad, lo que nos dice que vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá a ver cómo se porta Tesla en esta situación. By the way, Alex, what short did you post on Discord? I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
No, it was what is it? 82.8, 82.7 shorts on Bitcoin.
Oh, Bitcoin.
Yeah, playing
Yeah.
the H1 hourly EMA 100 deviation. Assuming today's high is in, so we're just going to be looking for bears to take us down. And the
It
short,
absolutely
like
fucked us.
yeah, it seems like it's maybe potentially front running our short limit
Entry.
is at 86.5.
Damn it. I was so excited this morning at 84, and then it had nothing.
Hot
That
take.
pump was...
Hot take. I think it's a bear trap unless we drop below that 79K.
Might be. Could be.
Yeah.
And right now we'll get into Bitcoin, but soon. But
yeah,
in my head, it's just a race against time for bears. So, you know, it's just like we should be on the camp that we got the rally up, potentially a 2-day lower high. Yes, it didn't reach where we wanted it to, which was that 2-day 9, but that can keep going down. Need to see bears flex us. So I agree with Farn. We need to start seeing them
get to work
today.
Yep.
Yeah. My opinion.
Get to motherfucking work. So you heard that here first. Bears. Bears, run. Bears. Is that what you want? Sorry. Is Anchorman. You guys are too young to know that. This is
I
what
haven't
old
seen
people
it.
used to do. Oh my God, dude. What?
It's a funny movie.
That's going to be your
Yeah, I
homework
haven't seen
today,
it.
Farhan. I'll never give you homework in your life, but this one I will.
It's
What is
Yeah,
it on Netflix? I guess I'll find out.
I have no idea where it is. I own it in everything that you could possibly own it. I love it. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Damn, must be good then.
It's fucking amazing. And I appreciate the vote of confidence. Ok. Tenemos nuestra vela topera acá en la de 2 semanas. ¿Y por qué tenemos una teoría de rebote? Porque simplemente pueden ver el HPDR. Estamos llegando casi al 100% en la de 2 semanas. Llegamos a la zona de nunca jamás, ¿no? En los 2.17 y tenemos que rebotar para que esto baje. ¿Cuánto falta para cerrar este gráfico? Faltan 2 días y 6 horas. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos de este gráfico? Siempre y cuando aguantemos encima de los 230, deberíamos de ir mínimo a la zona del 97%, que son los 282. Eso es un movimiento en probablemente 2 días, veamos, de 15%. Nada mal. Nada mal en lo que todo esto se ajusta y podemos empezar a cachar otros movimientos. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos está diciendo nada. Semanal. Semanal pueden ver que tenemos la debilidad en precio con este cruce entre el 9 y el 21. Digo, sí, el 9 y el 21, el 9 por debajo del 21. Estamos justamente perdiendo nuestro SMA 200 en la semanal y estamos aguantando el 100%. Pueden ver que esto es un extremo, por lo que nosotros pensamos que hay un gran rebote. ¿Dónde sería la entrada para este rebote? Es algo que tenemos que analizar entre todos y darnos una buena idea. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en este mega dump, ¿no? Lo están viendo por acá, empieza a expandir por acá y continúa y nos sigue tirando. Pero se podría dar la vuelta y agresivamente empujar a la alza y es lo que estaríamos esperando. Ahora, no estamos diciendo que se va a altos históricos una vez más, pero creemos que hay una alta probabilidad de ¿cómo se llama? De un buen rebote delicioso, sobre todo si lo agarraste acá porque tenías tu línea meme muy bien situada, bien por ti. Tenemos 5 días, podemos ver dónde justamente estamos rebotando, estamos perdiendo el SMA 200 y ahora parece un bearish retest, un retesteo bajista del SMA 200. Definitivamente queremos estar por encima de 248.25 para hoy y eso nos podría ayudar a empujar a nuestra línea meme en los 270. De no poder retomar los 248 y seguir chopeando por acá, podría dar continuación a la bajada, ¿eh? Así que atentos. Lo bueno es que tu invalidación no está tan lejos aquí, si es que llegas a entrar más por abajo, no está tan lejos, está aquí, pero no se ve tan divino, digamos. Ya me veo la de 3 días, que esa no la vimos. ¿Qué nos está diciendo 3 días? 3 días nos está diciendo que va a recuperar el SMA 200 y que va a ir a dar una vuelta a los 270, que es la parte del 88.3% mínimo. Bien, bien, ok. Aquí empieza a pintar la situación bien, todavía no hemos tenido un cruce plateado a la baja, estamos aguantando bien, perfecto. Vamos a ver 2 días. A ver, 2 días deberíamos estar bastante. Uy, aquí estamos en aprietos. Queremos estar por encima de los 248, definitivamente arriba de 251. 248, 251 parece ser como la zona banana para Tesla, irse para arriba. 2 días es algo preocupante este retesteo bajista. Esperemos que lo pueda superar simplemente por acá, simplemente mantener un ojo antes de pensar que ya estamos fuera de peligro, porque podría darse que no. De nuevo, seguimos en la parte más baja del HPDR y eso no es bueno. Ahora aquí tienes un gap en la diaria. Este gap está hasta los 237. Estamos en la zona amarilla entre el 95% y el 88.3% en esta bajada velota roja. Tenemos esta vela verde de indecisión y luego este zampompazo, que el día de hoy más o menos parece que nos dieron nos dieron el pompazo para tirarnos y es lo que ha estado haciendo el mercado últimamente. Así que voy a quedarme un poco alerta por las próximas 2 horas a ver si no nos vuelven a aplicar la misma, que es lo que parece ser la fórmula del día, la receta secreta de mamá. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 mínimo en los 260, lo que me dice que muy probablemente nos vamos a dirigir a esa dirección. Ok, volatilidad está contrayendo, no hay nada más por ahí que anunciar. Vámonos a ponerlo fácil encima de la mesa para todos ustedes. Yo creo que voy a agarrar la de 2 días. Esa va a ser la que voy a usar para medir esto. ¿Por qué mi nivel está aquí abajo? Ah, ok. No. Había sustituido esto. Ah, cabrón. ¿Cómo puedo borrar la amarilla? Bueno, da igual. Aquí queremos, yo creo que me quedaría con la vista de 2 días, viendo este SMA 200. De poder estar por encima de él, abriría un long por acá. El riesgo es algo más alto porque no tomaste todo a ventaja de toda esta oportunidad aquí abajo, donde está la línea meme, bueno, la línea dotada. Y si eso pasa, lo que va a haber acá es una posibilidad de corto más fácil de invalidar también. Pero, una vez más, estás viendo lo sobrevendido que está todo esto, todo el mercado en general, lo que debe causar un rebote en general. Y si ni un rebote podemos causar, además de que, tenemos un cruce plateado en la de 2 días bajista, pero eso nos debería decir que vamos a retestear la 9 y eso me dice y me da más confluencia que probablemente mínimo vayamos a los 268, 269. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo pelado acá en nuestro SMA 200, esperar poder tener el siguiente cierre por encima, que esto simplemente haya sido un SFP. Ahí tienen Criptolingo en nuestro Discord para que puedan saber qué estamos diciendo si no lo saben. Y de acá probablemente rebotar. Simplemente invalidación, una vez que caigamos de este punto. Personalmente creo que vamos a andar chopeando por acá, empezar a subir tantito y darnos este rebote que normalmente nos da Tesla después de una caída de este estilo, un rebote de entre promedio entre 40 y 60%. Así que vamos a ver si nos lo da, vamos a ver si se juega. Ahí tienen Tesla. Vamos a darle a Bitcoin. You boys having fun with your Bitcoins?
So much
Yeah, I'll
fun.
do first.
So much.
Damn. There it is. Yeah, we really are having fun with
I got
Bitcoin.
slow to it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'll just do it. It's okay. All right, let's see what's good. I haven't looked at the crypto charts in 2 days. So,
But he was on a yacht.
yeah. No, I
That's
was
all that
chilling at
matters.
watch dealer on a yacht. No time for crypto trading.
Did you do the line from Wolf of Wall Street when you're like, you know what I like to call these? Fun coupons.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, so where do we leave off? So essentially, we've always been aware that the 5.6% is major for tether dominance. It's just like anytime we reclaim that zone, we see nice moves. I mean, that has occurred when we reclaimed it here, even here. We had a nice move up to the next resistance being 5.93. And also on the flip side, when you lose this zone, let me just double check. Yeah, when you lose this zone here, big collapse is coming. It kind of makes it easy. You lost it, rejected, collapse. Even here, I mean, you lost it, no retest, it just went down. Major retest, collapse. So we're at a very big spot for tether dominance. For me and my point of view now today, we had CPI was, fine, nothing burger in my opinion. We've had stocks bounce, Nvidia bounce logically where we were expecting in the low hundreds. But now to me, it seems like, all you need is a few green candles to get everyone extremely bullish again. Tether dominance, what do we have here? Well, we have a simple trend, and it's funny because people forget trend. We had a higher high, and so when we go to the 2-day here, when you make a higher high, you should be gauging for the higher low. Now, you know, right now, currently, the 2-day is still just basing off that 5.26%, something you would want to start seeing. Curious to see what the EMA 5 is looking like on this. So yeah, it already hit the EMA 5 on the 2-day. Remember, it can easily front run the EMA 5 if we don't lose. If we start losing that, okay, we most likely can test the 2-day EMA 9. But to me, right now, currently, this is looking like the daily is grinding in a higher low. We have a daily silver cross, so we should be gauging this as a silver cross retest. This spot gets more solidified as support just because of just the way it is. It's the meme line right here with the daily 9. It's important, right in this spot. This is basically why I want to start seeing tether dominance move up from here. If we start breaking this low, you know, it's really going to start looking questionable to me, like we potentially are going to lose this major zone. And like I showed, each time we've lost it, it just has resulted in big moves down. Most likely will result to a move all the way back down to like the 4.8%, maybe, you know, 5% flat. But right now, this is tying into, you know, I just feel like we're going to front run our short bid at 86.5. And I feel like, I follow a lot of good bears and shorters and people. There was a consensus I was seeing across the board the last few days. Because yeah, I may not be on the charts, so I'm always looking and watching. And there was a consensus that it was like, yeah, 86 to 87K is the easy short. Now, two things will happen. We'll either blow past that level or we're going to front run it. And we definitely could be front running it now, because with that, and I'll show on Bitcoin now, but with that objective, you have to you have to forget about the daily. And remember, the daily here has a silver cross. Until this breaks, the daily 9 is going to hold us, and specifically support is going to hold us. This is looking like the next higher low. Would have been questionable if we took out this low here on March 10th, but we didn't. Perfectly bounced from it. It's looking like a spring, and now this daily, something like it's giving me good confidence, this idea that this candle now has the ability to break out. You know, we've got the retest. The higher low will lead to the higher high, and that will lead to the breakout closer to the 6% on tether. Daily still in that breakout posturing. Yes, volatility is, you know, approaching extremes, not hitting, but approaching. But we easily can hit extremes here. You know, when I see this, I'm saying, okay, well, yeah, we can go down a little bit more. And what could that mean for like Bitcoin? Meaning we can go, this can go up, tether dominance can keep going up, Bitcoin can go down. Probably means we get a big bounce at 73s, in my opinion. Now let's check that weekly, because we had that weekly candle. You know, beautiful reclaim of the EMA 100. Let's see when this has occurred. Last time occurred in this scenario, where when we retested it, tether dominance ended up that week going up 12.8%. Lost it. Major rejection from that point. I mean, we know big moves down occur when you do lose that weekly EMA 100 for tether dominance. But big moves occur when you reclaim it. And, you know, this is kind of what I was saying last stream too, which was, you know, generally when you stay below it on the weekly and reclaim it, pop back above it and hold it, that's what really sparks the move up. You know, right now, bulls are having all the momentum on tether dominance. There's nothing here right now telling me, yeah, this is predatory, this is looking questionable, this might go down, other than possibly this SMA 200. And so now what you're seeing is the scenario is playing out where we're ranging from the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. Exactly what we talked about last stream. This is telling me, though, that statistically speaking, we are bullish on tether dominance. We're in an uptrend. We have volatility supporting the move. We should be looking at this rejection here as what got us that retest. But now I want to start seeing this weekly close above 5.63%. If you do that, and we can see that specifically close above the SMA 200, for me, tether dominance will really look like it's in a bull market. Double bottom, reclaimed a major zone. The criteria for like bull markets, you can see we've never been above it ever. Well, no, so this is when we were above it, when Bitcoin went to 49K. This is a major zone. This getting reclaimed could really be, in my opinion, the beginnings of a bear market. So you have to just be very cautious of that. Do you see that the weekly EMA 9s crossing the 21? You know, so just possibly gearing up for silver cross on the weekly. 5 days looking quite healthy. It seems like it really wants to go up to that, 6.2%, which would be the next logical target, assuming that EMA 100 holds. You can see it. I mean, reclaim the EMA 100, go up to the SMA 200. Current price action, that would mean that would be about, like a 13% move. Interesting. So no matter how you look at it, it's still looking quite nice for tether dominance. We're just playing trend. And you'll always hear bulls talk about trend when we're in a bull market, but let's just disregard it when we're in a downtrend. Of course, why not? But this isn't an uptrend, so you should be gauging this as the next higher low. If we're super strong, higher lows are formed at the EMA 9. If we're super strong, which would be the 2-day EMA 5. I want to just start seeing this actually get back above 5.5%, specifically on a daily. That would bode well for the weekly. Now let's check out corn and let's see if we're rich. But one more thing, let's check monthly volatility here. Monthly volatility is looking, it's starting to edge up here, but we're still under the moving average. So we'll have to gauge this really carefully because what we wanted was this to move down and reset, give us a setup, but I'm unsure if that's going to occur. Now we'll have to see if we reject the moving average or into April, I believe. Yeah, April actually break above it. That would be a very telling sign for all of the other concerning signs that we're seeing across the board for crypto. I mean, CPI was okay and Bitcoin didn't move. It literally, and I'll show exactly what it did. It was very obvious to me. All this move did, like, let's go to the weekly now. What has occurred from this weekly close? Well, we've totally lost the weekly EMA 34. This has only occurred one time this entire bull market. So this entire bull market, what is this white line? Oh, it's just I'll go to this chart. This entire bull market, we haven't lost the EMA 34 except one time, and that did, once we lost it, the next week we rallied up, of course, overshot it, stayed under it from that EMA 34. Bitcoin dumped 9.4% before finding that bottom around there. So with that, I mean, technically speaking, now we can see, I mean, I don't like the 55, but it's there. It's at 75,000. That's a logical place to look for a reaction. But I mean, technically per my system, it's you lose the 34, you get rallies up to the 34, maybe the 21 is a short opportunity. But you should be gauging the first zone as being the 34. I mean, that was just strong support through and through the cycle. The fact that we're under it, rejecting it, this is telling me that, we already put in the bearish retest. We even overshot it. We trapped bulls here. How dirty would it be if this turns red and we just keep resuming down, trekking closer to that EMA 100? Now, we can easily go down to like 69K, consolidate there for a while, and this will move up. But I mean, technically speaking, we're getting a measured move to 63,000. And where have we seen that number before? Well, if we go to the monthly and we throw the HPDR on, there's actually the same target as the monthly HPDR move. So reject the median, you go to 38.2%. That is right at 63,200. Uncoincidentally, right around that weekly EMA 100. And just so everyone knows, like, that is a major spot. We haven't hit that this entire bull market. I don't think so. Yeah, we haven't. We got very close here. If anyone was around back here, this is when I was saying, okay, it looks like we're going to test the EMA 100 on the weekly. This is going to be a major opportunity for all of us. We front ran it. I mean, the strength of that bounce at 49K was legit. It's the same thing now. If we end up coming down to here, what you're going to get is a lot of people bearish. I mean, bear market's in, we're bearish, blah, blah, blah. If Bitcoin just nukes down, hits this, so many will be shorting into this. I bet you we're going to get a major bounce from this zone, and I wouldn't be surprised if we put in a weekly, weekly lower high around 91s, 90Ks. Just in my opinion, like, this scenario seems very Bitcoin to me. Aggressive nuke down, get shorts. Shorts have had a very free ride. It's been easy to short this. I just gave an hourly setup to the Discord that's now up like 1%. I mean, it's down 1% from entry. Easy. It's really not hard. 10% on a 10x in like 30 minutes. But this to me seems very probable because what you're going to have is a lot of people, I bet, longing 69K. It'll even be, tempting to do that for me, but just because of the level, it makes sense. But I bet you that we're probably going to overshoot that. And just just that move from 69 to the EMA 100 is an 8%. So anyone on like a 12x or higher is liquidated, taking a logical long, but you just need the trigger. And when you're going to get those extremity trades where it's going to be a spring, you can't be using meme lines for that. You need to use like a weekly EMA 100, very strong. It's never been hit this whole bull market. That's a very realistic scenario then. And this could keep moving up and maybe reach more around that 64 to 65. But until then, Bitcoin is still best case scenario going to find a bottom at 73s, which is very simple. It's just using this wick high rejection that led to this multi-week consolidation as support. But there's nothing other than that that's telling me 73s are going to hold. So in my opinion, this seems really likely to me, and I'm going to be playing the monthly. And once we get down to that 38.2% on the monthly, we're either going to fully, truly capitulate down and honestly go down to like 50s, or actually legitimately going to see a bounce. And that bounce could be another major bull trap and another major short opportunity. And that's all I really see on Bitcoin right now. I mean, nothing's really changed. I'll quickly share this. People were confused when I covered one of my shorts. The Academy short is still open though. It was funny because, we were shorting all around here. And what you saw was Rumble came out today and said they bought Bitcoin. And where did they buy Bitcoin? At 89K. So they were like literally buying when we were shorting. That's just, I thought was so funny.
They're probably taking it from the book of Michael Saylor.
Yeah, same vibes, really. It just made no sense. Like I sit there and I wonder, like, if you're about to spend like 20 million on Bitcoin, like I wouldn't have done that. And I'm 24 and I'm really not that smart. Like these suit guys really didn't know that Bitcoin was going to dump or correct, or they just maybe didn't care. I don't know.
They're using Rumble the same way that they use MicroStrategy to bait everyone on tops. Rumble is Peter Thiel invested in Rumble. Peter Thiel is the one that caused the if you will, the banking crisis, which made everyone give all of their money to the treasury, which in the end, that's what he was doing. Just a margin call for everybody. So he's pretty fucky. This is why I wouldn't trust it at all. That's not good news for people in crypto right now.
And Russia doing Bitcoin, that's not good news. What now? Yeah. Bitcoin's more political, whatever that word is, politicized. It's not good.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like this seems very likely. I want to hope that 73 will hold, and I'll be gauging a reaction there. It could be definitely tradable, but I mean, in all honesty, I'm just looking for this. I want to just see an aggressive move down. I do believe too that would be the 5-day 30% move potentially. Let me double check that. So it started to expand here. Yeah, it would. Would you look at that? That's very funny to me. Yeah. So I mean, I know that the 5-day EMA 100's there, and I do see that. I'm like, oh, I don't know, but nothing. Like we literally can wick down very hard. I'm sure there's a shit ton of stops, liquidity all around here. So when you get that, you're going to get those capitulation wicks that often mark nice local bottoms, right? It's like when you aggressively come down, and then you get a nice buy up, and then that marks a bottom because it just liquidates, takes all the stops, everyone out, and then you slowly form a higher low and start moving up. But in this scenario, I think people, when they're not aware of like the monthly bearish divergence, the weekly being in a downtrend, I think that they're going to get messed up because they're going to say the daily flip trend and the 4-hour and the 2-day. But here at Elite Trading Academy, we're just going to be looking at this as a weekly lower high in the making. And a real one, capitulation down, come up. As long as we don't take out like 100K, anywhere around here could make the next lower high for the weekly. And it's a weekly, it's not a daily. So this is going to take time to go down and time to go up. But this would be great. If we can catch something like this, like I'll be very happy. I mean, a move up, 20, 22, 25%, catch this long up, cover here, major short squeeze, bull trap, max short this zone, have your stop around like here. Could be very, very playable. And remember, we won't know until we know. And this is all just like an idea based on nothing, just my own thoughts. But that to me would be like the most max pain scenario than just dumping the 50s. It'd be like coming here, bouncing incredibly, and then that's where we get our move. I mean, where have we seen this before? Dumped, got a bottom, came up. It's a little different though, because this took the high out. So I'm not going to want to see that, but this is totally in Bitcoin's nature. Like, let's say this started to roll over. This was still from this wick. I mean, this was a 80% bounce. And its full total length, it was a 127% bounce, which was nice. It was good based on, this weekly uptrend. So it's a little different though. Or it could be a good example of this potentially. Let's see here. Something like
the
this.
Market, by the way, the market's all flipping red again.
Who would have known? Jeez. My gosh. This market's so fun right now. It's like this is the literal best time to make money. It is so easy to make money. So easy. No stress. It's just like free money.
I copy traded you on that short, by the way.
Beautiful. So happy you did.
Damn you. I was talking, so I couldn't see it.
So the point of the show is this weekly went down 62%. And remember, this was a lower low. And then what had occurred, though, is when we got that weekly lower high, this led to an incredible bounce of 95%. I'm sure bulls thought we were so back. Weekly lower high, and then we just dumped. And even went lower. So, that's kind of the idea behind it. It's not totally out of Bitcoin's character to give us the stat, give us the 30% move down, play the 5-day out. The monthly maybe doesn't start expanding. Yeah, but hold on. I want to also bring this up. So something to note about this, let me delete this here. Something to note about this week that's different though is we've been patiently waiting to see about weekly volatility. This is now a Nagasaki setup, whereas this was the Hamas setup. This is turning into a Nagasaki setup where we're losing the weekly EMA 34. We are in a weekly downtrend. We have the next move going to $63,000 with weekly volatility confirming this week potentially expansion. Once we get above 15%, this is confirming it. Now we'll have to remember this wasn't fun. I remember this. This was not fun. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But as long as we're above 15%, we are good to go. And even again, in this scenario here where volatility on the weekly was expanding, but we were just chopping, it was different because we were just not, we only lost the EMA 34 once. We really weren't in an aggressive downtrend on the weekly. And I do believe even the 5-day wasn't firing off yet. No, it wasn't. It was just doing really nothing. But mainly it was just because we were, we weren't breaking down. We were holding the blue zone. Really, if you just want to be more simple, we were holding the blue zone. Here we're fully breaking down. I mean, fully. So, even on the 5-day, it lost to 38.2%. 91K shorts were amazing. And now it's this is nothing but air until 63s. This is important to gauge, though. This is very, 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 very important to gauge because right now, the weekly, if it's going to start expanding, it really could start conflicting with this idea. And as terrible as that sounds, we really could just start going down only. I mean, seriously. I mean, what happened here? 3 months of down only, 2 weeks of 2 months of green, and then 1, 2, 3 months of down only, 1 month of green, and 2 months. It just went straight down. Here we're already in 2 months of red. We can go another month of red for sure. It's not totally out of Bitcoin's character. But with the weekly expanding, you have to be very cautious because we haven't ever this monthly volatility. Once it fires off, these often make major macro moves for Bitcoin. We saw this being essentially the whole bull market rally up. We then saw the expansion here being the whole bear market. We saw here being the whole bull market. And now we're potentially going to see this expand. And I do hope in this point, it's for the bull market. It still can. But it's really, 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 really starting to look like it's done. We are in a bear market. And once this confirms, that's just going to be the nail in the coffin on top of the bearish divergence that we already have that no one on crypto Twitter is talking about. Not one soul on crypto Twitter cares that there's bearish divergence on the monthly, but everyone cares about the possible daily bullish divergence we're forming on Bitcoin, unconfirmed without a local low. So that's just what they won't tell you.
I don't know, man. I don't know, because George made a video yesterday saying that Bitcoin and crypto fear was an all-time high, which means there should bounce. And today he said, good news. This data will have a huge impact on the Bitcoin price. So I don't know, man. I don't know how we can be in a bear market with these conditions right now.
You know,
my bear market indicator is George's blood alcohol level. Somebody get that for me, stat.
We need to get someone on the inside. We need to talk to his wife and get those data points so that she can pinch him at night. He's not even gonna feel it.
That's so funny. I just wonder what all these people think of us. We just bring them up on stream. They have no idea. It's so funny to me.
Well, it's just joke. By the way, it's just jokes.
It's just jokes.
Yeah.
100%. We're just crypto.
Yeah, we got love for George. We're all George.
We're all
like George. Yeah. So this is me liking someone. So good luck.
That's funny. Something I identified over the weekend was that every major move on Bitcoin has, at least in the last year, has occurred over the weekend, which was ironic. I was bored. We saw in October of 2024 on Friday, essentially that's what sparked this major move. And me and Farn, we talked about this. Like, remember, like every time this 5-day would fire off, it'd always be on a weekend, and we like noticed it. It was weirdly a lot. Like here, Friday broke out. Okay, the week went by, weekend broke out again. Okay, here, Friday broke out. Friday broke out. Friday broke. My point being was that I was expecting a breakdown in this weekend, and it was exactly correct. We see here come Monday, Tuesday, that is really when markets started to really take a turn. And that's just like, it can be as simple as looking at kind of what markets and Bitcoin likes to do and has done. This isn't a bull market though, so this is different. We don't really know. I have to just assume because of volatility, but like all these have been to the upside. So this is a big shift. This is now down. And I'm telling you, like, bulls don't really have a lot, really. Like, once we do 73, it's really going to start looking like 65s. I will say, though, it's good confluence at 73s, has the estimate 200 on the 2-day. It is right there. What else was right there? I thought something else. Maybe the monthly. No. Maybe the monthly 5. Let me check that. No, I'm tripping. Yeah, no, 73. You're just hoping that wick high rejection holds. So that's Bitcoin. We're short. Let me check. Let me tell everyone why this was an easy short today. All this move did today was trap bulls. It made them very horny. I don't ever like seeing this, just like aggressively grinding up. To me, it just looks like stair steps to elevator down. Stair steps. Oh, wow. Stair steps, elevator down. Just visually, and I could be wrong, but for me, I'm always gauging these moves up as short opportunities, not long opportunities. There's no reason to be looking for longs at all, especially when every single momentum pivot is now pointed down on the higher time frames. But what we saw was a perfect almost rejection of the EMA 100 on the 2-hour. Yes, 2-hour, which was important because that's been a solid rejection place. You see, we've lost that 2-hour EMA 100, rejected it, and then you started to break down. So this move up, yes, it was pretty nice. The hammerhead was a telling sign to make an easy long here with your stop down to here. Simple. Nice little 2-hour uptrend we had. But now what we see is, this, I was texting Farn in the morning that I wanted to see this 2-hour turn red. As soon as that did, this gave me an evening star setup, but also on the hour, which I'll get to, gave me an SFP. It can literally be that simple. Like, we're in such an easy market, and it won't always be like this, where an hourly setup plays out perfectly. And so now with what I know with these candles is I don't want to see the high get taken out, this wick high. So I'm betting, and I did, that the high is in today from CPI. And now what we're seeing is once we actually break essentially 81,300, this is any hope of a lower time frame uptrend will be done. And that'll most likely spark the downtrend. And then we'll dump and we'll form a lower high, of course. We'll dump. We'll close. We'll form a lower high probably. People will long that, and then we'll go down. I want to see actually 73s possibly today. I mean, that's just the vibe I'm getting, specifically too with the weekly. I mean,
Damn, son, that'd be aggressive as fuck.
Yeah,
What would George do?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Probably gonna go to the store and pick up a fresh bottle of Hennessy.
Yeah, so you heard it here, folks. I'm expecting like 73s today. You know, honestly, with volatility now at 16.27%, even on like a 5% bounce on Bitcoin, 4% bounce, this was like bull's hope was like, we're going to bounce and we need to bounce big and we need to try to engulf this red candle. We don't need to reject the EMA 34. We need to stay above that for 4 days to close above. Then we get the same exact setup as like what we had when we went to 49K, where weekly volatility started to expand. But then it started to like get choppy and reset. And once it reset, that's when bulls could take control. Well, what we're seeing is, yes, we rallied up. All this did is retest the EMA 34 and also, I believe, the SMA 200. Yeah, ugly. It's like, all right, let's be bullish. Like, we had an epic rally yesterday. And I always say this, I'm always leery about these moves. When you move up, you know, what was this? 9%, and the daily could not close above the SMA 200, you have to sit there and be like, huh, why? That's weird. Why would it stop there? I don't know. That's just how my brain works. And oftentimes that has worked. It played well with Ethereum. I mean, Ethereum couldn't reclaim that weekly level, which was very questionable. I'll quickly show that just so everyone's on the same page. When we had that epic bounce up, it was just questionable. This was questionable. Yes, we did it here, but as soon as we reclaimed that, that was a bull trap. You know, and now here we are at 1800. So yeah, Bitcoin's really not looking good, boys. And I'm honestly now wanting to see this just full reject us. I want this to be an epic bull trap, another, you know, just lower high. I'm waiting to see 73s. I think people aggressively front ran that yesterday. We knew a bounce was coming. I mean, it made sense. You had just multiple days of red. We've reset it though. That's how my brain works when we're in down markets, is you can't just go down only. Like, you truly can't. I'll show that on like the 12-hour. You can't just go down only. I was looking at this one little green 12-hour candle as the reset. Then we went down more, you know, so we kind of are like stair stepping up, and I want to see the elevator down. Or is what we call, I think what is it? The BERT formation.
Bart,
What?
BART.
What is?
BART,
The
yeah.
BART. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? The bird?
No, BART.
Bart. The Simpsons before your time too.
Yeah, I never watched it. Yeah.
You never
never
watched The
watched The
Simpsons?
Simpsons?
No, I never watched it.
Welcome to
Uncultured
being
swine.
old, Farhan. Welcome to being old, Farhan. There you go. That's how it feels. That's exactly how it
Oh,
feels.
that was like a knife in the chest.
Yeah, boys, I'm sorry to disappoint. I just never got into it. It just, I liked Family Guy and, like, you know, the new stuff.
No, by the time you were watching cartoons, Family Guy was way better than The Simpsons. Like, The Simpsons was
The
really
Simpsons
good back in
became
the
gay.
day. Yeah. The Simpsons was really good back in the day.
So that's it. I mean, nothing else really I have to talk about. I'll look at Bitcoin dominance really fast. Be mindful that weekly is firing off, and really, I mean, I know the last time it was choppy, but I'm still always going to take this how I know these work. And once you start getting that weekly volatility really actually truly firing off, you don't stop till you get the move. Here, I mean, like, I remember this whole bull market. I mean, you had fear and greed. Greed was always a thing. You had longs way over shorts, and it doesn't matter. That's like all just noise. Oh, we're oversold. We have to go up. That just means we're extremely bearish. That's it. People are selling the shit out of Bitcoin if we're oversold. So all the bulls hopiums don't make sense to me, and it just gives me easy opportunities to short with the boys. Now what I'm looking at is I want to see 73s today. I want to see almost like a little capitulation, and then we can maybe form a bottom at 73s or get a bounce. But there I'll close all my shorts. What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, once the weekly fires off, you don't stop. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just straight green weeks. Mini consolidation, weekly 9 held. Simple. And then it fired off again. You just had literally minus this one red candle. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, a whole month of up. one red week and then 2 more weeks of green. And then here we've had just multiple weeks of green. This is literally now, and this was kind of like the scenario I was talking about like a month ago, which was we're starting to see this fire off on the tether dominance. This could bleed into Bitcoin doing it, and if the 5-day starts doing it, then the weekly could be doing it, and then the weekly starts firing off. That could bleed into the monthly, and it's very, very destructive because, I mean, Farn, do you have the stats on the weekly here? Is it the same as the 5-day, or is it a little more?
It's the 5 days around 25, 35, 30 to 35%. The weekly is roughly 35%.
I see. So almost, but it really started to fire off here. If it confirms this week, unconfirmed, we need the close. So that's why this week's going to be important. But yeah, I mean, we get the move down. Yikes, it's like 58K. I do think we potentially could find a bottom here, though, and maybe front run the stats a little bit, potentially. Or the monthly fires off here, and we're just screwed. And we literally do the 5-day down to here, then the weekly takes us down to here, and then the monthly takes us down to here.
An interesting point, though, is that part of Crown's analysis was that if it breaks down, he thinks it's going to mid-50s. That would line up with 35%.
Yeah, that would, actually.
Guys, come on.
Yeah.
There's only tailwinds ahead. Are you guys fucking insane? Sell me your Bitcoin.
Everyone is, Scott, already selling you the Bitcoin. Just buy it.
Just buy it, Scott.
Well, I will. Bye.
Thanks, Scott.
You know who people are copying when they say that? They're like, sell me your Bitcoin or sell me your Solana. They're just copying Sam. Sam Bankman-Fried used to like be really toxic on Twitter. So whenever somebody was bearish on Solana, he'd be like, sell me all your Solana at $3 and then go fuck off.
Oh yeah, I remember that. You're right. Wow, very original then. Well, inspiration comes from all ends of the spectrum.
I too get inspired by one of the biggest fraudsters in American history.
Oh, what a life.
Okay, let me look at Bitcoin now. I was trying to sign the blow from, but I'm not gonna do that right now.
You're looking at the dominance, huh? This is welcome to the cryptoverse. Yeah.
By the way, altcoins for people, because Ben, I legitimately love Ben. I think he's
I like his stuff.
I love Crown and I love Ben. And I think Ben
Cowan?
just does Crown.
Ben Cowan?
Ben Cowan. Yeah. I not as a person, as an analyst, I think he's phenomenal. I just think he has a problem with words. He makes everything so much more complex, and there's a lot of people watching his shit that probably don't understand what his thesis is on Ethereum and on altcoins. Is whenever QT stops and QE gets reignited, that's when you buy those altcoins, which would also explain why the cycle this time for some altcoins or most of that market seem to be muted, because there's no QE, there's no QE whatsoever. It's just QT.
Yeah,
so there you have it.
Now he blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah, he did. Oh wow.
He couldn't handle some basic trolling. When Ethereum went to $4,000, I just commented saying, "I wonder when ETH is coming home," and then he fucking blocked me for it.
For that? Oh my god, Jesus! I get people that come and insult me. I reply back, like putting them in their place, and they block me. Like, dude, yeah, stay here and insult me all the way through. Someone commented yesterday, "Is this what you do with all your money? You want to come and hear Twitter pick a fight with random people?" Yeah, I have nothing else to do. I work really hard to be able to do this.
That's always a dumb reply when people are like, "Oh, you must be a loser if you have all this time to argue with people on the internet."
Hey, sure, I'll take it. Yes, I am.
That's what a loser is. Then I'm the biggest one. Fuck it. Okay. Oh, yeah. And when you look at that, I mean, Bitcoin dominance is in an uptrend on the weekly. Who could have guessed that? A weekly higher low at the weekly 9, and we're still going up. Once we break 62.55%, it's over. You're going to see this easily go up to the 64s again. And from there, I mean, that's really when I have to start drawing more meme lines, because we are then approaching some levels we haven't really hit in a while. And what did we say in like 2 weeks ago? We said the scenario is that we haven't seen this before, which would be Bitcoin dominance going up with Bitcoin going down. And that is very destructive for alts. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Let me just get a meme line here. Boom. Let's see this real fast. So just be here. use this right there. That was weird. My ears just like enclosed. That's really weird. Yeah, so we start really breaking this wick high, getting above it. You're going to get an easy move to 69.5% for the culture, of course. You know, and then there you'll have to hope and pray that we reject, or you start breaking that. There's a massive inefficiency here. Yeah, that would be really bad because this could start filling this. And we haven't seen that ever. I'm talking about like we easily could go up to like 79% next. And then from there, easily go up to like 88% legitimately if we start actually breaking and clearing that 62.5%, which is terrible. I mean, we're talking about this. I mean, going up 13%, reclaims this zone, easily a bounce to 13%, possibly 30%, worst case 43% more to go. We've never, ever filled this, ever. So that's just not a good sign. But the hopium is the monthly EMA 100 rejects. You know, we did get some reaction, you know, slightly. We talked about that. Usually you do, but it's not really giving bears what they want. I mean, you're not fully rejecting. It just took us down to support, tested 59.8%. Now we're pressing it again. So this is just looking prime to me like a breakout. And I bet you, yeah, the monthly is in a monthly breakout legitimately. So yeah, not good for your altcoins. And people were DMing me like, oh, Bitcoin dominance going up. Is that Bitcoin's going to go up? You are wrong for that. Bitcoin can't go down and Bitcoin dominance is going to go up. Well, I mean, how has that been working out for every single person who thought that? And how are your
printing boys?
Yeah, it's printing to the short side. I mean, it's just been destructive for altcoins. And that is why, like when on last stream, Farhan did Ethereum, and Ethereum looks significantly worse than Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin can go to 73s, maybe 69, and literally Ethereum could be at 1400, 100% could. And that we should find a bounce. Then we could range from the 1800 to the 1400.
You know what's a fun fact?
Mm.
Ethereum is approaching the levels it was at during the FTX collapse. Think of that what you will.
And you know what's funny about that is you've given us a lot of setups and things that are similar to that before that occurred. Take that as you will. One thing I'll say right now before I get off and give the mic to you is that weekly is expanding, right? You're seeing this. You're not seeing it contract. It was at 16%. Now it's at 18%. This is good for us who's short. The lower we go, the higher this is going to go, which is telling me that like might be it for bulls here. We actually might nuke to 73. Clip me, please, if we do today. So yes, I gave a short today. I have this. The Discord got a better entry than me. I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm actually happy they did. I'm short at 81.8, so I'm short here. I'm going to hold. I think the high is in for the day. I'm just going to hold this. I have only like 1.6 Bitcoin size in the short, and I'm going to be taking this to 73s. We lose 80s. I'll put my stop to break even, and then it's a free trade. So that's basically it. The Academy and everyone is short from, what was it, like 62.8, like here. You know, and that was a 2.75%. I'll quickly actually tell everyone why I gave that out, because it's obvious. It was just based on this, you know, CPI. I just didn't think it was anything. I also was seeing the 2-hour EMA 100 reject us. And as soon as, right, I did short, I front ran it, of course, but you know, as soon as we, and that's why we pumped up a little bit, whatever, but as soon as we SFP'd this gave me a short trigger. And that's just very simple. I mean, your stops at this high, you take entry here. If we're wrong, you're going to be wrong because we're going to start closing back above this, right? We're going to do this and maybe make a move up to the 85s. But as soon as we started to reject this, and this is the idea of the entry of the short, which luckily for us was like, it never was red. You know, this was it. And so now it's like the next target is 73s. And that's why I just want to see a really harsh move, which will line up nicely with the 12-hour rejecting the 9 and engulfing all of this. So we will see. That's all I have though.
Sorry. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Let me switch my screen.
Share.
Share.
God,
I just quickly moved my stop loss to 82,550. Get to break even, and then I'm good.
Good for you that you were able to participate in such trade.
Muchas gracias por a short, Mr. Alejandro Shiva.
See, I got you.
Damn. I'm gonna have to take a commission off of those trades, sirs.
It's because you've trademarked the name Alejandro.
That's right. That's why. Hit it, sir.
Let us start with which one fits my bias the most. Let's do the monthly. All right, so now we have multiple rejections of the monthly median, which always gives you a mathematical probability of eventually coming down to the bottom 38.2. But it's not going to be a straight line, and the EMAs are going to be support zones in between. So you have come down twice the 9 EMA. Both times you're getting a little bit of a bounce, but right now it's getting significantly weaker, and it is looking like we're about to lose it, and probably rather soon. And that 9 EMA sits at that psychological $80,000 level. And once you lose that $80,000 level, you're probably going to dump. This is like keep in mind this is a monthly candle, so whatever number I say, there's going to be bounces in between. But you're probably once you lose that 9 EMA, you're going to dump immediately towards that 21 EMA and that 38.2%. That sits somewhere between $65,000 and $63,000. But keep in mind, there are levels in between, like that $69,000 level and the $73,000 level that are probably going to provide bounces before those levels get hit. It's just that overall, the long-term trend is towards that $63,000 to $65,000 area, as long as you're rejecting the median of $93,660. If you look at the momentum on the monthly, momentum is currently to the downside, dropped below the moving average, while volatility is currently expanding. So we have not had that set up this entire bull market. The last time we had that set up with volatility, monthly momentum dropping below the moving average and volatility expanding was in January and February of 2022, right before the Luna collapse. So just to give you an idea of what type of setup that we're in right now, leading pretty far from bullish. You look at the jewel on the monthly. The jewel is now putting in a lower high with a higher high in price action, giving you bearish divergence, which has already been confirmed. And now you see the jewel flipping back over, losing the buy signal, very close to giving you that monthly sell signal. This sell signal has happened very few times on the jewel, along with bearish divergence. As in market with the without the bearish divergence and just the sell signals, you're not going to have that many because it's in the monthly.
Well, just by the dates.
Yeah, you can tell what happened by the dates. This one, not much. This one, quite much. 69.6. Ah, so close to 69.69.
That would have been too good.
That would have been simulation confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
69.6. What the fuck? That's enough for me for simulation confirmed. This one kind of a failure because it didn't bounce 85%. But it immediately, no, actually it didn't fail. It immediately dumped almost 23%. Never mind. Then overall, it went down about 60%. So if you would have taken profit at that 20%, you would have walked away a winner. Here, another 25%. So the 20 seems to be the minimum number. Now let's mark this one with a vertical line. It would be starting from this rejection, and we are currently down. No, it would be this one here. Currently down about 9%. If you were to take this that 20% number, 25%, bring this to right around that $62,000 to $63,000 area. Keep that number in the back of your mind.
69?
62 to 63.
Oh.
You know where else that lines up with? That bottom 38.2%. And that would be the similar amount that we flip down whenever the monthly on a minimum move when the monthly gives you a sell signal on the jewel.
Man, George and Scott are not ready for this.
Scott needs to re-up his Xanax prescription, and George needs to buy some more Hennessy.
Or they should trade.
George, I don't know. I don't know if George should be on Xanax with that much alcohol in his bloodstream.
I know Xanax is terrible. I hate it. I never take that shit. Kills
If
me.
you got alcohol in your bloodstream and you're taking a Xanax, you might take a forever nap.
Yep. A Xanny and a forever nappy.
On the 2 week, we're entering momentum into the bearish control zone pretty heavily to the downside, with volatility flipping up to support it. Jewel is giving you a God mode sell signal. It's just looking bad all the way around. Plus, we're losing the 21 EMA, which gave us our previous significant bounce from that $78,000 level. Lose that 21 EMA in the closing basis, you're probably going to dump pretty quickly to that 55. And notice what number the 55 sits at: $62,000. Very close to that $63,000 area. And right now, with the Jewel God mode sell signal, let's mark that off with the vertical line. Here's when we got a God mode sell signal. God mode sell signal. Right there. The date should tell you what happened in these areas.
Oh yeah.
Any more? Yeah, one more. Okie dokie. Claro. Listo. 86% to the downside. 51%. Very tranquilo numbers.
Just a small loss of 50% of your net worth if you're investing only in this.
Not even a big amount, right? 80%.
Not bad.
This one doesn't look like much on the chart, but I promise you it's a decent amount. 33%.
Fuck.
$77%. This looks like quite the not good signal.
80% would take us to 20 grand, right? Like 25 grand. 70%
like that.
would take us to like 40,000.
So 50%?
50% would simply be 60,000. Well, 55.
27. The minimum number seems to be roughly 30. So did we mark the current one off? Yes, we did. And how much are we down from there now? We're about 20% down. So if we take the minimum move of about 30%, that brings us to about $67,000. And 33 of the same one we got before brings us to about 64, right to that 55 EMA on the 2 week. Very, very close to that $63,000 area where I think we're going to get our major bounce at. It just seems to rhyme. Let's go. Sometime today. On the weekly, we're also getting momentum into the bearish control zone with the volatility pointed up. And now on the weekly, we're getting quite the dual sell signal. We're getting the pink dropping below the yellow, dark blue crossing out of the bullish control zone. Just remember that previous sell signal that we had on the 2 week, this is even more powerful than that one because the pink has crossed below the yellow on this one, whereas on the 2 week, that has not happened yet. So you should imagine quite the painful moves from that, especially since we've lost this 21 EMA and combined with that, very likely drops us toward the 100. And what number is that 100 at? $63,000. Very nice. 5-day also losing the 55 EMA now with momentum in the bearish control zone. Volatility pointed up, and we're getting the pink crossing below the yellow on the jewel on the 5-day as well, bringing us towards somewhere around that first 100. That 100 likely gets a bounce in that low $70,000 zone, and then eventually towards that $63,000 area. Two-day is now getting momentum flipping up with volatility currently to the downside, and the jewel is now giving you a buy signal. So as long as we're below this 38.2%, that's not really going to matter. If we're below the 38.2%, we're still likely going to retest these lows, and at that point, we probably break down towards this 200 at around $73,000. But say like the stars align for all the bullish hopium, and we can close over this 38.2% at $81,850. Then at that point, you're likely to bounce towards the 9 EMA and retest the silver cross, and that lines up with the 100 at right around $86,000. And even if we were to get there, this would just be your opportunity, your opportune zone for getting in a short for the retest of the silver cross before we eventually dump towards this 200. Either way, it's not if we're going to reach the 200, it's more of a when we're going to reach the 200. Both scenarios are bearish. On the daily, we're getting now momentum flipping once again back down where it attempted to flip back up, got rejected from the 200, and now volatility is once again flipping up, and the jewel is curving back around, giving us a sell signal once again. This is the area where if we were to start like actually breaking down and we were to lose $79,000, that's where it probably starts capitulating towards 73 and likely very quick. If we claim that 81, let's say 81.9 area on a closing basis, then it probably goes up to 86 first before it breaks down. Four hour is now putting in quite the scary bearish engulfing. Not only are we losing the top 38.2%, we're losing the bottom one as well. And we're getting momentum very close to the bearish control zone. As of right now, volatility is contracting. But if we drop below the 38.2% and close below it, the volatility is going to expand, and we're probably going to dump pretty hard towards 73K from there.
So what you're saying is at 9 a.m. my time seems like the deadline for this to start blowing the fuck up down towards the downside is going to happen.
Seems like it.
Yep.
And I got it. Muchas gracias, Mr. Alejandro Shiva, for the free short.
I know. I feel so I feel so stupid for being talking.
No, that's how I felt when I was streaming last stream, and I took that Xanax, had that long open, didn't set my risk, and I was holding a stupid long. It like rallied up to my entry when I was streaming. I was like, oh, look, like the long, it's working. It's almost to my entry, and it literally rejected my entry. And I lost $5,000. So
what a piece of shit.
It just happens. It just does that. But so far it's working, and we'll see if 73 gets hit today.
So on the monthly, we do have active bearish divergence, which was confirmed on the previous monthly close, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $102,768, which is quite the ways away. And the continuation on the divergence is going to be any tick below $76,702. Go below there. Our target is naturally going to be this 21 EMA, and right now the 21 EMA sits at right around $64,000 to $65,000. Similar number as that bottom monthly 38.2%. Then to the 2-week. 2-week has active three drives of bearish divergence, which is going to be a tick below 76,702 to get the next drive of the divergence, and that likely brings us towards $63,000. Same number as that bottom 38.2%. Weekly doesn't have any bearish divergence, but weekly does have possible hidden bullish divergence because we dropped below momentum than we did in all these other areas while still making a higher low. It's going to be a little difficult to confirm that divergence though, because you'd have to close above at this point $94,468. If you can close above that area, then we very likely retest our current all-time highs. It's a very, very big if at this point though. You just got to point it out because anything is possible, and that still is a non-zero possibility. 5-day as well has that possible hidden bullish divergence. You'd have to close above 95,150 to confirm it, and that likely also sends you to all-time highs. 2-day, on the other hand, has confirmed hidden bearish divergence along with silver cross to the downside, and the continuation of the divergence, it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 92,836, and continuation is going to be a tick below 76,702, and that likely brings you down towards this 200 at around $73,000. Daily does have possible bullish divergence. This is what everybody's talking about because we made a lower low on price action and we made a higher low on the RSI. But you got to remember, just because there's possible divergence doesn't mean it's a confirmed divergence. It's very, very different things. To confirm that divergence, you're going to have to close above $92,837. Then you can talk about divergence being confirmed, and we can retest somewhere in the low to mid $100,000 range. But until then, it's just a possible bearish bullish divergence within a downtrend. And the 4-hour now is about to put in a fresh third drive of hidden bearish divergence in 34 minutes, and it's going to confirm as long as we close below $82,062. That third drive of bearish divergence almost certainly brings us down towards about that $73,000 area. First is going to be the bearish control zone, which we can get a little bit of a bounce at. That's around $77,000, and then we probably go to that 73. And that $77,000 bounce is probably going to be very small, maybe $1,000, maybe less. Ding.
We don't know why that thing disappeared.
Nope. I didn't even know why it was there.
It'll start from there.
On the monthly, we were getting that volatility set up with volatility dropping below 15%. Primed for volatility to start expanding, because you got to remember volatility is mathematically programmed to expand and contract. We've only had this volatility setup happen one time in the last 1.5 years, almost 2 years, and that was during the United States setup of 2023, whenever we just went straight up only vertical. The only other time we had that setup was before, right on the Luna dump. So we have in 2 instances, one a massive pump and one a massive dump. And right now we're positioned to do the dump because momentum is to the downside. We've confirmed bearish divergence on the stochastic as well as the RSI, and we're losing the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $102,000. Remember, the $102,000 number is also the number to confirm that bullish divergence. Let's start with the vertical line every single time that we lost a critical zone on the stochastic, on the monthly. That would be right here if we were to lose it. It'll be on the next one actually because it'd be a projection. Let's do this one. And then we lost it right there. And then we lost it right there. That should be good enough because I don't want to zoom in on the chart too much. 75% down. 50% down. And from here, only 9% down. Let's do 50%. Very interesting. Right around, very, very, very close to my bear market bottom bias. Very interesting. Switch to the 2-week. Also getting momentum to the downside, also giving you stochastic bearish divergence confirmed, also losing the critical zone and pointed down below $99,300. Weekly is now getting a volatility setup, with volatility going in many periods of 0% below the 15%. Now we've started expanding on volatility above the 15% area. Now from there, we have to look at the momentum. Wherever direction momentum is, we have an 85% chance of going in that direction. Right now, momentum is pointed down with the derp of death, and we're pointed down below $99,800. So we started expanding on this candle right here. So we got to go from this candle's open to how far we've gone down so far. Only gone down 5.69%. Very nice number. Let's take it to the average move of about 35%. Brings us right to around mid $50,000. Maybe it doesn't exactly fit my bias of mid 40s, but maybe we get a bounce in the low to mid 50s and then make another lower high and then eventually go to the 40s. That could happen. Or maybe my bias is just wrong, which that's not the case. Of course not. More likely it's manipulated than I'm wrong. On the 5-day, we're getting that volatility set up also for many periods of 0%, dropping below the 15%. Now we're expanding again. We're at almost 54% on volatility now, and we're pointing to the downside as long as we're below $89,250. And we started expanding right about here on this candle when it closed. So let's take it from this low and take how much we've lost so far. We've went down about 11%. The average move is about 25%. Take 25%, brings us to around $64,000. Very interesting. Right at that bottom monthly 38.2%. Two-day is also giving us that setup with volatility coming below 15% and starting to expand. And it's currently to the downside as long as we're below $84,305. Daily as well as now is to the downside with now getting a double extreme on the volatility, kind of seeming like we're going to dump. And now we're perfectly playing out the bearish retest of that 200 and a dump from there. And we're going to be pointing down as long as we're below $85,700. And right now, the 4 hour is even about to freshly turn to the downside in the next 30 minutes. And it will flip down if we close below $81,800. And it will be a rejection of the critical zone as well. And then it's very likely that $86,000 area got front ran, and we're probably going to dump from here quite aggressively, like Alex said, which will then force that 90 MA on the 2-day down and give us a reconnect that way. So right now, every single high time frame on Bitcoin is lining up to the downside. We're confirming bearish divergences across multiple different momentum indicators. We have bearish divergence on the Joule. We have bearish divergence on the HPTR momentum. We have bearish divergence on the RSI. We have bearish divergence on the stochastic. I don't know how many more bearish divergences you need. And all of them give you pretty scary targets. They give you targets of somewhere around 73 for a bounce, and then around 63 or 64 for another bounce. Maybe a bounce in the low to mid 50s, and then eventually somewhere towards that $45,000 area. Right now, the invalidation of dumping from here is if we can close a 4 hour above that $81,800 area. That will likely send us up to retest that 86s, which is very likely going to be a lower high before we eventually dump to 73s. Or if we continue now, we'd want to see a tick below around $80,000. If we get even a tick below $80,000, then we're probably going to dump immediately towards somewhere around 73,000 and then bounce from there.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much, sir. We have Celsius and Rivian after.
Beautiful. I shall do Celsius, the dog shit energy drink.
Let's get it. Ok, estamos viendo el gráfico de Bitcoin de 2 días donde hay un cruce plateado potente en nuestra línea meme, pero no vamos a empezar acá, vamos a empezar simplemente en la de 3 meses. Bitcoin en diferentes modos tiene tantas divergencias bajistas que no es posible, es una locura. Vamos a empezar acá. En nuestra estructura de 3 meses, seguimos a la alza fuerte, sigue empujando nuestra volatilidad desde el punto más bajo, pero recuerden que esto se puede volver simplemente una fuerza para empujar esto para abajo. Estamos muy por encima del promedio del 9, que es bueno, 21 y 34. Y puedo poner en esta, sí, el HPDR. Vamos a ver rápidamente por acá. Un segundo. Podemos ver que en nuestro HPDR nos está rechazando la media en la trimestral y eso nos llevaría a un objetivo. Uy, güey, todavía faltan 19 horas, pero tienes 2 sopas. Por perder la media, tienes que estar encima de los 101,500, básicamente 101,500. Si no llegas arriba de 101,500 en los siguientes 19 días, tu siguiente objetivo es tu promedio del 9, que está en los 61,597. Segundo objetivo, 54,000, la parte baja de la zona azul. Atentos, que esto no es palo, esto es tal cual lo que está pasando. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual nos cuenta un poco de la misma historia. Pueden ver que nuestra media nos está adelantando que la estamos perdiendo. Nuestra media está en 83,794, estamos cayendo. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 80,276. De perder los 80,000, vamos a muy probablemente buscar la parte baja de la zona azul, pero antes podríamos encontrarnos con un poco de apoyo en los 65,000 o de fallar los 65,000, 62,400 continúan apareciendo en la tabla. 62,400, interesante. Volatilidad en la mensual está yendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia otra vez y vamos a ver si nos da un setup potente. También tenemos una divergencia bajista presente en la mensual que está confirmada a menos de que el precio suba arriba de 102,500, lo que nos da convergencia con nuestro trimestral que tiene la media en los 101,500. Ahora, 2 semanas teníamos el famoso rechazo de la media por acá. Ese rechazo nos llevó a perder la parte baja de la zona azul y ahora vamos cayendo. En esta caída ya nos está apoyando el promedio del 21 en 81,147, pero de no poder aguantar y perder los 80,000 una vez más, que por eso estamos en corto en este momento, vamos muy probablemente a nuestra siguiente parada en los 74,500. De perder esos 74,500, los 72,440 funcionarían como un área de soporte. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos da nada. Semanal, potente la caída, ya perdimos la zona azul. Si nos estamos adelantando a las 2 semanas, aquí podemos ver que estamos perdiendo el 34 y haciendo un bearish retest del mismo, al igual que esta línea meme que se encuentra justamente por acá en los 82. Nos está aguantando la parte baja del 78,6%, pero de perder los 80,500, vamos a caer a los 75 y de no aguantar una vez más, 71 se vuelve a hacer presente en la tabla. Además, en la semanal, y atención, tenemos justamente acá un setup de volatilidad. Este setup de volatilidad viene después de 4 periodos de volatilidad nula, eso quiere decir un mes y además otra barrita, o sea, un mes y una semana, y ahora tenemos la expansión. Vamos a ver si no ocurre lo mismo que vimos acá en el pasado y nos hace el juego de los sentimientos y hasta acá en verdad expandió en octubre del 2024, todos recuerdan, y ahora estamos acá. Este tipo de setups nos dan movimientos de 35%, de 30%, perdón, en la semanal es 35%. Vamos a contarlo de donde está nuestra vela. Vamos a la parte alta de la vela para ser bastante buen pedo. Y justamente nos llevaría a los 58,348 si se da a la baja, que muy probablemente se esté dando a la baja porque es lo que va a pasar. Tenemos básicamente 20 minutos para confirmar en la de 4 horas. Ahorita van a ver, tenemos un setup bastante bajista. Entonces, acá estamos por debajo el 21, 34 y cayendo y vamos a buscar poder aguantar los 80,000. Una vez más, 80,500 son todo. De perder los 80,000 vas a empezar a caer como un cuchillo desde un edificio muy alto. No sé por qué, puede ser una bola de boliche o lo que sea, pero bueno, tenía que ponerle salsa a mis tacos. Tenemos ahora en la de 5 días un poco de lo mismo. Tenemos el cero para la baja que está empujando esta volatilidad, lo pueden ver acá, pero la volatilidad ha estado dando escalones. Vamos a ver si continúa expandiendo con fuerza. Este setup nos debería de traer mínimo a la zona del 88,3% en los 70,000 o el EMA 100 que está en los 70,241. Vamos a ver qué exactamente aguanta, si el 71 o 70,541. Zona a perder 81,280. Una vez que pierdas los 80,000, esto ya se acabó. Algo en la de 3 días, todavía no tenemos el cruce plateado, no, la tenemos en la de 2 días, ok. 2 días, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, lo pueden ver por acá arriba, es donde el amarillo se va por debajo del naranja, aquí está. Estamos perdiendo la zona azul, la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en los 82,149. De perder la zona azul, muy probablemente nuestra siguiente meta a no perder, si somos alcistas, son los 80,400. Una vez más ese número aparece. De perderlo, siguiente parada el SMA 200, que está más o menos por donde el 78,6% en 73,550. Veamos si aguanta el 74, 73,550. Sería una zona bastante interesante para poder cachar el cuchillo en caída, tal vez. Ahora, diaria, nos está rechazando el SMA 200, nos está rechazando el promedio del 9 y ahora vamos en caída. Siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 79,000, pero de no aguantar estos 79,000, tranquilamente nos podríamos dar una vuelta una vez más a los 74,000. Quiero que vean la de 4 horas. La de 4 horas tiene una vela envolvente bajista. Estamos cayendo a la parte del 61,8% arriba. Estamos ya en la zona azul, perdiendo la media que está en 81,800. Y siguiente objetivo serían los 80,000, los 81,000. De perder los 81,000 y también este 50% en los 80,600, una vez más 80,000, básicamente es lo que vamos a decir. Vamos muy probablemente a visitar el 88,3%, el 88,3% está en 77. Pero ya si caemos a este punto, y se los voy a poner sencillo en la diaria. Una vez más, niveles en líneas memes muy importantes. No cambié mi línea aquí arriba, lo que hice fue la hice amarilla también, como debería de ser, para que vean, entiendan los niveles importantes. tenemos la caída, tenemos esta resistencia después de hacer este alto histórico en 109,000. Hemos estado encontrando esta resistencia que sale por acá. Desde entonces hemos estado cayendo, haciendo altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, etcétera. También tenemos estos bajos, bajos, más bajos. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo ahora? Simplemente analizando técnicamente estas velas, estamos intentando regresar a este nivel y nos está rechazando, lo que nos está diciendo que es un retesteo bajista aquí a la alza. Eso quiere decir que la continuación da más probabilidad a la baja que a la alza, y esto nos debería de llevar acá justamente a nuestros objetivos que acabamos de mencionar. Lo que pensamos es la de 4 horas es la que lleva básicamente la canción, y en 4 horas, si cerramos por abajo el promedio del 9, muy probablemente, porque aparte se daría una divergencia bajista, la tercera divergencia bajista en la de 4 horas, y con eso nos podría llevar simplemente a buscar nuevos mínimos locales, no estoy diciendo totales, locales. Así que Bitcoin se ve bajista. A la gente que entró en short, que envidia, me la perdí completamente el día de hoy. Pero bueno, ¿qué les voy a decir, carnales? ¿Qué les voy a decir? A veces nos toca explicar cosas, estar hablando y perdernos de oportunidades. Pero ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin bajista, quieren verlo alcista, tenemos que cerrar hoy arriba de 82,500, 82,800 en realidad. Y si queremos estar a la segura, casi en 84,000 para poder estar por encima del 9, y eso nos diría que podríamos ir a visitar la zona de los 87 tal vez. Pero por ahora, si esto cierra tal cual, esto es muy bajista y probablemente veamos continuación sobre ello. Vámonos. All righty. What do we got next? Muted. There you go.
Yeah. Some Rivian action.
Let us get it. Hang on a second. Let me remove this. Let me put
Rivian action. Are you sure we don't need a parental advisory before we can start showing some Rivian action?
Because all the holders are getting fucked. They're not even getting kissed before. They're not even being wine and dined before.
No.
Nope, not even given any lube.
None.
Going in dry.
This is Didi style. Oh no, because Didi does like the baby oil.
Yeah, he does. Jesus. You know, yeah, Rivian, it's looking like it, to me, it's on the verge of collapse. I actually just gave a short out to the Academy. I do think that this is the next lower high on the daily. And so it's easy because we're just playing the downtrend on here. Lower low, lower high. The lower low will probably be the breakdown, in my opinion. That breakdown probably takes us closer to $10. I'll be wrong on this idea if we start reclaiming the daily EMA 9. But as of now, there's still a silver cross on the daily, and this is just on par with the downtrend. This is a lower high unless we break this high, right? And that's why the stop is at $11.64. And if this is now the lower high, silver cross on the daily, it's a silver cross retest on the daily as well. This should be good to go down. Now into tomorrow, if we hold, let's say, above $10.90, Rivian may get one more push up. That push up might be what actually breaks us down. We see daily is now resetting in volatility. We're in this posturing here where we're holding this channel. It's been working well. I mean, I could draw it if I wanted like this now. I can go probably to the 12-hour. I guess I didn't do anything. Well, 4-hour, yeah. I can do this. Draw, I'll get a trend line, come here, take it from all these highs, do this. And now what you see is we're in a channel. And we are reaching the end of it. So if this is going to be true and right, then you will want to start seeing Rivian actually nuke and correct. And I do still think that's on, as long as we're under $11.64, to me, that just seems more likely. Now, Rivian easily from this point can go to $10. That is a major spot for Rivian, though, and that's a spot we need to at least watch carefully. $10 has been solidly support. Whenever we get those big nukes and we come down, any kind of consolidation of $10 without a breakdown generally does lead to a move back up. So that's why for the LARP lines, we probably do bounce from there. We probably push up to like $11 and what was massive support on this channel. And remember, this like diagonal was massive support, but it's just a meme channel. It's just really subjective. I could have drawn this way or this way. Like it just all depends how you draw it. But right now, that would give us that bearish retest. This could be a second short opportunity where you break down, you wait for the lower highs at the channel. That can give you a little more confirmation than this. We still do potentially have the risk of this, of course, flipping the daily trend down. But I'll show other things on why I don't think that's going to happen. And as long as that SMA 200 is now rejecting us, generally speaking, that's just a bad recipe for Rivian is being under the daily SMA 200. So you can just see each time has led to major dumps. And so here we are. Why would this be different? With daily giving us volatility setup. And we even see is the 4 hours close to resetting too. So, maybe this channel is actually true and we are going to see a move possibly tomorrow. $10, 12-hour maybe setup. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, under 15%. But I think the weekly was, yeah. On the weekly, this is why I wanted to go short last stream. That makes sense. Yeah, because the weekly's at the lowest volatility reads we've ever had in the history of Rivian. Even lower than any rally or dump we've had. We've never had this low volatility. And currently right now, what do we have? Well, we have a solid rejection or loss of the weekly 9, and we've just been front running the rejections. You see the 9 is crossed under the 21 now. And yes, this weekly is green, but this still has 2 days. This easily can go red and close below like $10.90, giving us that breakdown.
Check out the 2-week with the volatility setup.
Let's see that.
I think that's the one that you had in your mind.
And that too, yeah. Breaking above the moving average, lowest volatility read ever. Same on the weekly. Not a setup, but still breaking above the moving average while we're bearish really does make me feel confident that this is just, yes, we've been going down, but this wasn't a breakdown. We've just been playing within these ranges. Rivian legitimately can start breaking down within, the next week, 2 weeks. I'd be gauging really carefully $10 for a reaction. I don't think it's going to hold though. And I think we're actually just going to make our way, break essentially this low and make our way to form that 2-week lower low, which lines up nicely with the monthly. I mean, monthly isn't a downtrend, consistent lower highs. Yes, we've had these higher lows here, but I just think that's a trap. And I do think that once we break this formation, as soon as you do start taking out $10, it's going to lead to a really harsh dump on Rivian. So as of now, this month just simply rejected the EMA 9 on the 12-hour. There's literally nothing different. Nothing's changed. And as long as we're under the 12-hour EMA 9, this is just going to be in the posturing of a bear market, downtrend, weak. And you need to be looking at any bounces as opportunities to either get out or short. And for now, I've posted an Academy short. It should be triggering soon. The idea is that it should trigger. This high is going to hold. Our stops based on this last lower high, though. The idea is that this was it. We put in the daily EMA 9 test. We're going to start moving down. As soon as we start losing $10.80, we're going to start really aggressively going down closer to $10 flat. Good RR here, though, in my opinion. You're really especially since I'm sure people were shorting this. They were probably shorting this breakdown. I'm sure a lot of shorts stacked in here. Rivian is very predatory. So we're just going to gauge the lower high based on the EMA 9, the meme line. And take it from there. But if the short triggers, let's say you're risking 5%, and if we really start breaking down, you can just make your stop today's wick high, in my opinion. You make 9%, but really, I do think the final is $8. I mean, $8.30 you sell, and then you just wait for the 6s. In my opinion, it's probably aggressive to be holding shorts once you start breaking the macro low and actually make that monthly lower low. But for months we've been talking about this. The monthly is still in a downtrend, and still I just still think that this low is not safe. And we've had great pumps and it's been awesome, but I just feel like the trend is your friend until the end. And for us to make that lower low, we'll need to break this $8.30 region. And once we break that, I'm sure there was a lot of longs that just round tripped a lot of money. For me, it's like we lose $10, which is right around that monthly median. You get a free move to $7.40. So, measured move, not free, measured move to $7.40. That gives me good confluence with the $6 idea from this point. With volatility expanding, confirming it, weekly lowest point, 2-week lowest point, monthly losing the EMA 9, weekly rejecting the median. I just think this is good to start going into shorts, in my opinion. So we will see. But that's Rivian. Gauge this channel. Watch essentially $10.80. Any dailies under there will really start, in my opinion, looking like we're going to break down. First spot is $10. We'll probably get a bounce. Bounce will probably take us to $11. Can add to shorts there. Once we get that bearish retest, I'm literally expecting something like this, just an immediate collapse and those volatility on the higher time frame take hold of everything. So we will see.
Oh, sorry, I was muted now. 1 second. Give me 39 minutes to get my screen on.
Listo.
What the fuck? You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
What is this fucking thing? 1 second. Sorry. Present, share screen. Like, whatever StreamYard's doing, they need to fucking get their shit together. This is way worse than before. Like, it's cool. It gives you, like, AI clips afterwards for your content that I never distribute anywhere because who fucking cares about my clips? But this is terrible. Can't go from one screen to another anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of gay.
That's annoying.
Either way. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about my boomer complaints about this. Let's go.
Listo.
Estamos bien. Exactly. Estamos viendo Rivian en la de 2 semanas, pero vamos a empezar en la grande, damas y caballeros, en la de 3 meses. La razón por la que empezamos en 3 meses, para que vean, ya saben, venimos en una tendencia bajista desde los $180 hasta los $11, que es donde se encuentra el precio en este momento, siendo altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, y ahora tiene este proceso de consolidación que estamos viendo de ladite en estas velas. ¡Wow! 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha tenido un año en este rango. Un año entero en este rango. Desde acá, un año, y si le podemos poner a esto el cuarto también, ahí estaría. Potente. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Absolutamente que la tendencia continúa y seguimos bajistas a largo plazo. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual es un poco de lo mismo, solamente un poco más expandida. En lo que puedes ver, se nota perfectamente dónde estamos encontrando resistencia, dónde estamos, dónde tenemos una vela topera, tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro, todo mal, básicamente para Rivian. Tenemos no solo eso, tenemos la vela topera, un cierre por debajo de la vela topera y ahora vas a tener otro cierre por debajo de esta vela topera. Cualquier cierre mensual por debajo de los 11.30, negativo, y te debería de dar continuación a la baja. Mensualmente hablando, no, no sé si se deba decir eso sí o no, pero estamos en el punto más bajo de volatilidad, empieza a apuntar para arriba, el promedio sigue cayendo, por lo que no hay nada acá en volatilidad que nos esté ayudando a dar un setup. Voy a poner el HPDR a la hora de la mensual y quiero que noten instantáneamente lo siguiente. Segundo. Tenemos nuestra media justamente en los 10.19. ¿No? Es donde está nuestra media. De perder los 10.19 en 19 días y 5 horas, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 7.30. ¿Ok? Obviamente puede que haya diferentes niveles que lo detengan. Por ahí primero los 10, después los 8.30 y de ahí se iría a los 7.30 a hacer un nuevo bajo. Pero el punto a no perder son los 10.20, 10.19. Así que pónganlo, anótenlo, guárdenlo, tuiteenlo, ¿no? La de 2 semanas nos está contando un poco la historia adelantada y además tenemos un setup de volatilidad. Este setup de volatilidad en la de 2 semanas se está dando con esta vela roja y encima de todo estamos siendo rechazados por la media que está en 12.41. Al estar siendo rechazados por la media en 12.41, tener el 9 bajando por debajo del promedio del 21 nos da una alta probabilidad de venir a la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en 9.45. De no aguantar, y además 9.45 se llevaría todos estos bajos, nos abriría la oportunidad de ir al 61.8%, que está en $8 planos, que sería el bajo más bajo de toda la tabla en toda su historia. Ahora, en la semanal también tenemos otro setup de volatilidad. Este setup de volatilidad todavía no es tan claro como el de 2 semanas, porque esta vela es verde por el momento, pero muy tranquilamente en 2 días y 5 minutos podríamos acabar en rojo. Esta vela acabaría en rojo con un cierre por debajo de los 10.96, abajo de 10.96. Esto está frito, además de que tienes el rechazo de la media de la zona azul, que está en 11.46. De no poder llegar y retomar esta media en 2 días y 5 horas, vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de ir a esos $10 que nos llevarían la de 2 semanas para abajo, que nos llevarían la mensual para abajo, que nos llevarían todas muy para abajo. Vamos a poner la de 5 días. 5 días tenemos un setup de volatilidad, por supuesto que sí. Lo tenemos justo acá en esta bajada. Continúa expandiendo, pero no agresivamente, lo que nos está diciendo que cuando lo haga y esto se ponga, la volatilidad se vuelva agresiva, va a tirar duro para abajo. Estamos muy por debajo de la media está en los 11.50. Siguiente objetivo van a ser los 9.69. Nice, nice. Vamos a la diaria, la de harina, donde también nos está rechazando, no nada más en la media, también el promedio del 9, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, todo mal. De no poder cerrar hoy en 4 horas y 4 minutos arriba de 11.33, siguiente parada van a ser los 10.66. 10.66 en otras temporalidades empiezan a sangrar a la baja y puedes imaginarte que este setup de volatilidad que está creándose en este momento con volatilidad bajando debajo del 15% vaya a expandir fuerte a la baja. Voy a eliminar estas líneas y ponerlo. Alex mandó un short en este momento en la academia, damas y caballeros. La razón por qué es, vean dónde estamos. Este rechazo y perder el 9 nos deberían de tranquilamente llevar a la zona de los $10. Vayan a checarlo. En la de 4 horas, el hopium está en los $11. De no poder aguantar los $11 en 1 hora y 33 minutos, esto se va a cocinar y nos va a llevar literalmente a los $10 y de ahí veremos a dónde más. Pero por ahora Rivian se ve bajista, continúa siendo lo que era antes. Nos está dando esperanza a muchos que son alcistas de que no, pues este fue un bajo más alto, este es un bajo más alto y continuamos básicamente en esta línea de tendencia a la alza sin romper estructura y eso nos debería a cierto punto llevar a la alza. Pero nosotros creemos que simplemente vamos a rechazar. Estamos a punto de perder los $11 justo ahorita, tal cual como lo están viendo. Y de perderlos deberíamos de llevar estos mínimos de los 10.50 para abajo, irnos a los 10, de ahí a los 9 y cacho, y de ahí podríamos continuar los escalones a la baja. ¿Esto se va rápido? Probablemente no. Va a seguir jugando todas estas tonterías. Tiene bastante tiempo todavía dentro del canal hasta fin de mes. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo en Rivian. Importante, muy, muy, muy bajista. Sarah, let's do Celsius.
Already. Just
Coinbase open. I even have the little banner. You know what? Before we jump into Celsius, let me do a shameless plug.
ready.
Para toda la gente que gusta entrar a nuestro Discord, que es absolutamente gratuito y apoyarse de todos los traders, aquí lo tienen. Aquí también mandan señales de trading. Aquí tienen el análisis de Alex. Súper fácil de usar. El menú está en la izquierda. Los menús importantes, el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan. Vengan al chat general a platicar con todos, apoyarse en ellos. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias, sus pérdidas con nosotros, hijo de puta. Felicidades. 214, 144, creí que será Alex. Vientos, sí, destruyendo, tíos, bien. Vénganse al chat general. Bien, gracias, señor, se aprecia. Y aquí anda la comunidad, aquí anda la banda dándole con todo. También tenemos el criptolingo, por supuesto, por cualquiera de estos términos que no estés familiarizado con en inglés o en español, aquí están. Y también tienes todas nuestras ligas oficiales para no caer en ninguna payasada. Y recuerda que nunca te vamos a escribir ni te vamos a mandar un mensaje de que danos un dinero y nosotros manejamos tu lana, ni nada. Nunca te vamos a pedir nada. Todo ya está básicamente en nuestro sitio web. Hablando de nuestro sitio web, ¿quieres tradear futuros con nosotros, ya sea de acciones o sea de cripto? Aquí lo tenemos. Están nuestros enlaces abajo para BTCC, que también puedes tradear cosas como Tesla, MicroStrategy, Amazon, Google, lo que te imagines, además de que también Forex y criptos, o también puedes usar Bluffing para usar tus criptos. Aquí para poder aprender cómo usar esos exchanges de futuros, te metes en Tutos. Esto es gratis. Te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Ves un video de 5 minutos absolutamente gratuito. Acabando de verlo, le picas a esto y haces todo lo que viste acá y puedes instantáneamente ser un trader. Mr. Farhan, let's get to it. I'm going to remove this and put this. There you go.
Okay, listo. We're going to start with the quarterly. Quarterly has now shifted from an epic uptrend to the startings of a downtrend. We have a higher low at this point, which we have broken this higher low. We don't have a lower high yet, so we should be on lower high watch. we don't have a month quarterly close as of this moment, but we do have a little bit of a bounce from this area, which is making a doji. It is a rejection of this 21 EMA. So if we do get a continuation lower from this point, it would be any tick below around $21.10. If we do get a single tick below there, what's likely to happen is that we're likely going to come to this 55 EMA. But this area is very high probability zone for a bounce, and for at least maybe 1 or 2 candles to last, like midterm bounce from around that $18.45. And from there is where we would likely get the lower high to confirm the downtrend towards somewhere around that 78.6 at around $10.86. But we don't have the lower high in yet. If this is going to be if we close like this and we don't drop below $21.10, then we're likely to bounce from there towards somewhere around this cluster of EMAs around this 61.8%, around about like $37, $38. That's where we likely put in our lower high, and then we'd go down towards the 78.6. So it depends now whether we can close this candle above or $21.10, or if we go below there again. The next time we go there below there again is when we get that situation we go down to the 55. The hope PM is that we can just hold this range right now until this candle closure, so we can get that midterm bounce before we go down. And even that bounce is like, for stocks, this is not bad. This is like a more 35-40% move to the upside. Pretty good. On the quarterly, you have momentum entering into the bearish control zone with volatility support going up, only at 63% of volatility. So this can dump a lot more, and that easily takes us towards that $10 area. On the monthly, you're getting momentum starting to shift back up, getting out of the bearish control zone. You're getting volatility shifting down, telling you this is likely going to be a corrective bounce. And you have the jewel starting to flip back around within the bearish control zone and lose its sell signal and give you a neutral signal. Right now, the monthly is very close to silver crossing, maybe 1 or 2 more opens max before this does silver cross. And it's going to silver cross as long as you're below about $34, $35. Right now, you're kind of holding this 100 EMA is getting a nice bounce off of this 100. From there, it would tell us that we'd likely go somewhere around this top bottom 38.2%. Lines up with that psychological $30 number. It would still confirm the silver cross and still likely send us towards just 200 at that same $10 area. 2-week. 2-week is now once again shifting back down on momentum with volatility still expanding. Currently bouncing at this 200 SMA. Right now, the 2-week has silver crossed to the downside, and as of this moment, we're just retesting this 90 EMA, and it's just a rejection of the 90 EMA. So this continues to hold true, and then the next time we lose is 38.2%. That's going to be a perfect retest of the silver cross, and that's where we dump the $10. The hope PM is that if we can close over this 38.2%, right around $26.36, then we can get another test of that 90 EMA. And then if we can close over that 90 EMA, that'll send us towards that $30, $31 area for this median. That's where we very likely reject and end up breaking back down once again. Weekly is now shifted back up on momentum with volatility slowly starting to curve up. And the jewel is now giving us pretty decent buy signal where the pink is crossing above the yellow, light blue is crossing above everything else. It's marked out with the vertical line. What's the last one? Doesn't have very many of them. My nose is extremely runny today. Gotta be dealing with some issue.
I thought you said a horny. I was like, what? Okay.
No,
Thank
my nose
God.
is extremely runny. I can't ever be at 100% health, huh? Is it because of those Coke Zeros?
Well, yeah. Sugar will destroy you.
There's no sugar in Coke Zero.
There is. There's it might not be sugar as you know it, but all the artificial bullshit that they put in is the equivalent to that. It's terrible.
So this one
Don't drink that shit.
I like it. Tastes good.
And also don't drink Celsius.
I mean, that tastes like shit. I've been switching to Sueros because now I'm Mexican.
Well, yeah, now you're Mexican, so pedialite, as we call it in Mexico, is important.
I got a twist with me right now. shifting from the Coke Zero. So now this was quite nice of a bounce when we got that jewel signal, and that is 688% to the upside. That's a lot. Next one. 196% to the upside. This one ended up going down about 7% and then went up about 57%. Then you had your COVID dump. This one was quite big. 1,157% to the upside. Well then. Damn, Bitcoin is pumping. It's gonna stop me out. Fucking piece of shit. 235%. These are pretty respectable numbers. And as of this moment, how much have we gone up since the jewel signal? 48.9%. So if you were to take it to that number of 200%, which seems to be the small one, good lord, it takes us up to about $67. But the funny thing is, though, even if we were to go up to $67, it would just be a lower high before we end up going lower. 5-day is currently pointed up on momentum with volatility support. 5-day is also giving us that jewel signal with the pink crossing above the yellow and the light blue crossing above everything else. That is a pretty amazing jewel buy signal. I don't see it not getting a nice move to the upside from that. Right now, the resistance is going to be this 21 EMA, which lines up with this 38.2%. And if you can get a close over that, you should see a pretty respectable pump towards that 100 EMA, right around like $41. And that still would be towards the lower end of that jewel signal. Maybe this thing is really about to start performing. 2-day is now breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility support. Hopium is if we can hold this 21 EMA. If we do, then this is just going to be a higher low before we end up continuing to higher toward that $40 area. Lose the 21 EMA at around $26, probably going to retest these lows, and then this uptrend is going to be started put into question, and very likely you're going to start breaking down towards $10. Right now, there's still hopium though. The daily momentum is still pointed up. Volatility is now starting to shift down a little bit where it's getting this consolidation phase. And now the jewel is once again shifting into a buy signal and rejecting getting into the bearish control zone. Right now, there's very close to getting a silver cross to the upside on the daily as well. As long as we're over $26, same number as before, this will silver cross to the upside. And that is what should send us towards that 200 SMA around $37, very close to $40. And on the 4-hour momentum is starting to shift down a little bit, still within bullish control. Volatility is shifting down, telling you it's likely a correction to the downside instead of an actual breakdown. And the pink is very, very close to crossing above the yellow on the 4-hour jewel. Very nice setup here. What we want to do is, if we do continue to the downside, hold this $26 area. As long as we're holding this $26 area, probabilities are still to the upside in the short term. Ding. Not good. Quarterly has active bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing above. It's going to be a little bit easier now because most of the easy move has played out. As long as you're closing below $35.83. Close above there, it will invalidate that bearish divergence. And then let's see, you're getting momentum breaking below all of these levels here. Price actually is making a higher low. So not only will it invalidate your bearish divergence, it will give you a drive of hidden bullish divergence. The last time we had hidden bullish divergence was right over here. We ended up going up
Yeah, billion%.
9,500%. So it doesn't seem too crazy to move up 200% if we do get that hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is also putting in that possible hidden bullish divergence. Close above $34.44, and it will confirm this along with that monthly jewel signal. That would also be hidden bullish divergence on the jewel as well. 2-week has confirmed the regular bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. And the next drive on that divergence is going to be getting over $34.44. That likely sends us up towards the 55 EMA at about $40. Invalidation of the divergence is going to be closing below $22.25. Weekly has many drives of bullish divergence confirmed. Get above $34.44, likely sends us up to around that 100 at about $42. Invalidate the divergence with a close below $24. 5-day also, many drives of bullish divergence above 34.44, and it likely goes up to 42. Below 24, and likely breaks down with the divergence invalidated. No, not on there. Hold on. 2-day has now put another fresh drive of bullish divergence, as long as you're closing above $24. And if you get a close above $29.29 or a tick above $34.44, it's likely going to go up to that 200, around $50, which is a little bit higher than that $42 area. All of these would still on the high time frames be a lower high. Only saving grace is if you were to confirm that monthly hidden bullish divergence. Then you can probably kind of turn that lower high into a test of all-time highs. No. Ding. Quarterly is pointed heavily to the downside, and it's going to be pointed down on momentum as long as we're below $81.80. Let's zoom in on this a little bit. Yes, just as I feared, there's quarterly bearish divergence as well.
Damn.
The easy target for that divergence has played out, and you would invalidate it by closing above $35.83, and that would also confirm hidden bullish divergence. That was almost all-time highs. Monthly is now starting to flip up on momentum, and it's going to flip up within the critical zone as long as we close above $22.64. Kind of looking like the reversal might be here. On 2-week, we're starting to get momentum flipping up from the critical zone, and we'll flip up above $22.25. Weekly also to the upside with the derp of life, and we were about to break out of the bearish control zone, and we'll flip up above $22. Last time we had a derp of life flipping up was back over here, and we got quite the massive pump from there. 5-day also flipping up, derp of life, about to lose the bearish control zone above $22. I bet new people are thinking that we're absolutely retarded. Derp of life, derp of death. On the
Well, they're right.
On the 2-day, they're like, wait, I don't see derp of life anywhere in my technical analysis spreadsheet. It's right there next to your green and red dildos. On the 2-day, we're starting to flip back up once again, rejecting getting into the bearish control zone. It will flip up above $26.28. Daily as well, starting to flip up, flips up above $27.41. Got 3.5 hours basically to go. 4 hours now starting to flip down. In the next hour or so, it will flip down below $28.33. I'll shift back. So it is kind of starting to look like the reversal is here on the monthly and the quarterly. We're getting very close to the areas where we would have to close over to invalidate the bearish divergence and give us hidden bullish divergence. And we will still have volatility expansion if we do confirm those hidden bullish divergences, which would likely take us to all-time highs. On the lower time frames, we're starting to get momentum flipping up. We're very close to getting a silver cross to the upside. As long as we can close over that $36 area, the hidden bullish divergences will confirm, and we likely do go first somewhere around $40, pull back from there, and then likely to all-time highs. The invalidation for all of this is closing a weekly below $24, and then from there you likely break down towards $10. Pretty simple, up or down.
Very nice. So it could be either way. Excellent.
Indeed.
Fucking lent. 1 second. Rivian. All right. Meta and SoFi are next.
I'll do Meta.
Sweet.
Sounds good. Ok. Estamos viendo Celsius después de esa super pompase. Ah, no, es la de 4 horas, así que olvídenlo. Estoy seguro esta va a ser una vela magistral, sea como sea, exactamente, diaria. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral. Celsius está bastante fácil de analizar, si lo puedo decir yo, después de que Farhan ya hizo absolutamente todo. Podemos ver que esto salió al público en el 2007. No entiendo cómo mierdas duró tanto tiempo, pero últimamente ha tenido este tipo de explosiones. Logró hacer su máximo histórico en enero de este año y ese máximo histórico lo hizo en $82 con 92 $99 con 62 centavos, casi los $100, un nivel bastante mítico para nuestros buenos amigos de Celsius. Ahora, desde entonces hemos caído ¿cuánto? Esto es la trimestral, vamos a ponerlo acá para hacerlo correcto. Hemos caído un 73%. Normalmente una compañía, honestamente, que yo esté analizando y que caiga en los 70 a 80%, para mí es compra. Si estoy interesado en este tipo de precio para invertir a largo plazo, ahora, esto es inversión, no un trade de lo que estoy hablando. Si estoy interesado en invertir en algo a largo plazo y creo en los fundamentos de Celsius, me encanta, bla, 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 yo empezaría a comprar aquí y dividiría mi estrategia. Si llega acá, cuánto pongo, si llega acá, cuánto pongo, etcétera. Por ahora vamos a analizar el precio para trading, damas y caballeros. Estamos, como digo, en los $27. Claramente venimos de una tendencia bajista. Esto es velas trimestrales, es 1, 2, eso quiere decir 6 meses, 9 meses, y ahora tenemos esta vela que en 19 días y 4 horas va a poner fin a la especulación. Vamos a tener la primera vela verde en Celsius después de esta caída. Vamos a ver. Volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, no tenemos un setup de absolutamente ni madres, estamos por debajo del promedio y continuamos tal cual. Vámonos a la mensual y ahí ya podemos poner el HPDR rápidamente para todos ustedes. Y lo tienen. Por cierto, hay alguien intentando pretender, para toda la gente que esté buscando los enlaces de Discord y de acá, literalmente en el video de YouTube están abajo en la descripción y en mi post en Twitter están abajo también. Ahí hay un tío que nunca ha puesto ninguna respuesta, que es una cuenta recién creada, que no tiene nada de información en el perfil, diciendo que pedimos que te demos la cartera de Ethereum. Ese güey lo que está buscando, y ese güey es el que hace videos de su tío Salo porque tiene que comer, ese güey lo que está buscando es usar ese screenshot para sacar un video que diga la nueva estafa de Salomundo, como todas las que hace. Entonces, solamente para que sepan, no todos los enlaces que yo les puse directo ahí abajo funcionan perfectamente. Ahí está, ahí lo tienen, como que no podemos aclarar esto. Siempre, por cierto, cuando vean una cuenta que no tiene nada de posts y no tiene nada de información, entiendan qué es, por favor. Y la gente se preguntará, ¿pero por qué, tío Salo? ¿Por qué hacen esto? Ojalá y supiera. Pero hay gente que necesita comer y no es tan fácil crear solamente contenido y que la gente lo vea. Es fácil poner el nombre de alguien y decir que hizo algo malo y que la gente lo vea. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Así que todos seguros, sanos y seguros. Y recuerden, nadie en el Discord, ni Alex, ni Farhan, ni yo, les vamos a decir que nos den dinero, que manden dinero a ningún lado, ni que conecten su cartera a ningún lado. No tenemos absolutamente nada que ver con eso. Todo lo que vendemos está en nuestro sitio web y no damos información privilegiada ni nada de eso. Todo está, todos nuestros servicios en nuestro sitio web para que no caigan. Si les escribimos algún día que les vamos a hacer dinero, no somos nosotros. No somos nosotros. Continuamos. Podemos ver que el EMA 100 nos ha detenido bastante bien en la mensual y normalmente esto, porque aquí lo perdiste tantito en este cierre en los 24.97, pero después parece que estás en un SFI y ahora vas para acá, te vas a intentar colar a la parte de la zona azul en los 30.62. Si llegas a cerrar arriba de los 30.62 antes de 19 días y 4 horas que pasen, vas a tener un buen shot de ir a buscar el 9 primero en 33 y de poder romper ese 9, la media te queda en $43. No estaría nada mal ese movimiento para Celsius si es que lo llega a dar. Ahora, de perder el SMA 100, el EMA 100, muy probablemente se vaya a cortar esto a la mitad en 200. Personalmente me cuesta trabajo pensar que eso vaya a ser el caso, sobre todo cuando puedes hacer algo así, ¿no? Aunque esto nos enseña, esto podría ser un retesteo bajista, así que vamos a estar al pendiente de esto y ahorita lo vamos a poner más en claro. Toda esta bajada fue apoyada por volatilidad después de su expansión justamente acá, lo pueden ver. Esta bajada continúa y la expansión de volatilidad continúa, pero ya no tan fuerte. Eso nos quiere decir que tal vez estemos ante un cambio en esa expansión de volatilidad y es probablemente que hemos estado viendo esto por eso. ¿Qué más? 2 semanas. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, a ver qué nos cuenta, qué vamos a hacer. Vamos a entrar a la zona azul. Bien, bien, bien. Empezamos entrando a la zona azul. Ahora, ¿qué nos está rechazando? Nuestro promedio del 9 hasta ahora. Nuestro promedio del 9 está junto con esta línea meme que acabo de sacarme del culo y ponerla de la nada. Voy a tener que ajustarla. Pero por ahora está funcionando perfecto. De poder aguantar los 26.45, deberíamos de tener un buen vuelo una vez pasados los 27.71 a los $31, que es donde está la línea meme y también mi línea meme y también la media del canal. Pero tenemos que hacer eso. ¿Hay algo acá preocupante? No, esta no es una vela topera porque no es solamente tal vez uno. Tal vez, si tuvieras un cierre por debajo de 22.50, digamos el S&P 200, se vería bastante negativo, pero por ahora no. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos dice nada. Vamos a la semanal. En la semanal estamos, pasamos, pudimos entrar a la zona azul, no solamente a la zona azul, retomamos la media y ahora estamos por encima, peleándonos simplemente con la parte alta de la zona azul en los 29.37 y apoyados en nuestro promedio del 9 en los 26.90. De poder continuar esto, en 2 días y 4 horas vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de ir a buscar estos $33 y el promedio del 34 por acá. Esos $33 nos ponen en una buena situación y eso nos empezaría a decir que muy probablemente esto empieza a verse bien. Vamos a los 5 días. 5 días muy por encima de la media, muy bien, más por encima del 9. Vamos a ir a buscar estos 20. Suena que $30 son casi inevitables para Celsius. Siempre y cuando lo logremos, se empieza a ver bien la cosa. Ahora, volatilidad nos había dado un cero potente. Fue esto y se regresó. Así que esto fue el cero potente de volatilidad. La volatilidad quería empujar para arriba. Diaria, estamos en la zona del 50%, arriba de la zona azul, estamos aguantando nuestro promedio del 9, 21, 34, nuestra media y aparte el 55. Nuestro siguiente natural objetivo debería de ser, una vez que podamos cerrar por encima de 27.82, los 29, 21, que es donde está nuestro EMA 100. De poder romper ese EMA 100, ir a los $30, nos empieza a poner una postura completamente diferente y podríamos empezar a pensar que este fue el bajo más alto y ahora vamos a ir a buscar un alto más alto, tal vez no que este todavía, pero mínimo por acá. Romper el promedio del 100 nos pone en esa postura. Ahora, vamos a verlo rápidamente sin todo el ruido de la tabla. Volatilidad contrayendo. Vamos a hacer esto. Déjenme, me aseguro que esto tenga sentido. Sí. Sí. Ok. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Déjenme rápido, me acerco un poco más por acá a ver de dónde me saqué esto del culo, porque en la temporalidad que lo hice era muy grande. Ok. Ok. Y ahora, ¿cómo queda la cosa por acá? Espérame un segundo. Tengo que corregir este pedo. Si no, me va a doler los huevos. Yo sé que solamente es una línea meme, pero me gusta ponerlas bien porque a mí me funcionan bastante bien. No les voy a negar eso. Me atrevería. No debería ponerla acá. La voy a dejar aquí porque estamos agarrando mínimos. Ok. Esta línea meme nos va a ayudar bastante en realidad. Sí, tu secreto en Celsius es simplemente esto. Si estás viendo la diaria, ¿están listos? No perder los 26.86. Una vez que pierdas el promedio del 9, vas a ir a perder 21.34 y esto te volvería a dar otro viaje bajista. Pero por ahora ve, tienes este mínimo, este máximo, este mínimo. Por ahora, lo que llamamos un máximo acá, pero no parece que hayas puesto el siguiente alto. Así que esto nos lo podría dar con un cierre por encima del 29.21. Y, de nuevo, normalmente cuando estas cosas rompen a la alza, hacen esto y vámonos para arriba. Tienes la oportunidad de los retesteos. Si soy bajista, no quiero perder esta zona, básicamente. Estos últimos 2 wicks que hemos hecho por acá, no los quiero perder. Si los pierdo en la zona de los 26.63, esto nos va a poder dar probabilidades a la baja. Todavía las probabilidades favorecen un poco más a la alza, pero tenemos que esperar esta confirmación, llevarnos al EMA 100 en la diaria. Una vez que lo hagamos, nos sentiríamos mucho mejor del precio de Celsius. Y también lo que me gusta es, va a venir un movimiento explosivo por todos los promedios estando acá. Así que estén al pendiente. Esta vez esto podría ir para arriba o para abajo. En todas las temporalidades nos pone algo diferente. Alex, what do you got for me?
It is Sophie or SoFi.
SoFi.
Thank you, bro. Sweet.
Sophie.
Foreign with the Tums delivery.
Oh. I used to live on those.
Yeah, I just drinking. I never drink, honestly, and when I do, it just messes me up because I go kind of hard with the whiskey.
Damn, you're getting the heartburn already at 24 with drinking? Aging fast.
Yeah. I know.
Oh, dude. I had a friend. I actually had a friend that he was 22 and he was not, well, he drank like a motherfucker, but he already was taking beyond Tums. He would take like a forever acid neutralizer for his stomach, which is insane. Just stop drinking.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna sound insane, but I figured out on my brother's birthday I can't drink like I used to, and I think I'm gonna just completely give up on drinking outright.
Yeah, I mean, you save a lot of money and you save a lot of headaches, literally.
There's no benefit to it either. There's not even one. So.
Well, there is the good time that you're having for a few hours.
It's a good time, but like medically or like just for yourself?
No. It's terrible for you. It's absolutely terrible for you. As someone who sells alcohol, I can tell you that.
That's funny. So here's SoFi. Let me go here to the daily, just kind of see where we're at. So I don't remember when I was looking at this, but I feel like we were over here at like $13, $14. We're at pretty crucial support. That didn't hold. And on this candle, we fully deviated support, rejected the 21, and lost the daily EMA 100. Now, it's always bearish whenever you close under the daily EMA 100, and it often gives you an easy short because that is a major spot that should act as support, and when it doesn't, it can be flipped into resistance. SoFi was weak, though. It didn't even rally up to there. We've just been trekking down, and we kind of found a bottom, or in quotation marks, hopefully found a bottom near the SMA 200. A logical bounce place, 100%. Can see here, SoFi does like to bounce off that daily SMA 200, but when it starts losing that, and more in this example here, when it lost it here, we see that bears had full control and they were just able to slow grind us all the way down to like $6. So it's very crucial to see this low hold, this candle low hold that was formed on March 11th, because if we start really coming back down, it's really going to be questionable if this SMA 200 is not, if it's going to hold again this time or not. One thing though, which I want to go back to the monthly, is we're seeing this potentially lose the 9. It's now going to close in 19 days. So what in Bull's favor, what they want is they want this to be looking like an aggressive back test, right? We broke out of the monthly. We never once tested any of these moving averages and we went up. This is an aggressive back test. We did it. And we're still holding above the last high of 2023 here. This is important because we want to base off these highs while also retesting these moving averages. That's why I say, in quotation marks, hopefully locally, SoFi has bottomed at the daily SMA 200. It's back above 1174. And if it holds back above 1174, specifically on a daily, that could give us at least an easy move up to test the EMA 100, assuming we actually break above the daily 9. Let me see here. I was just saying Trump's talking about Europe right now. You can even see here, 1171 is pretty important. Reclaimed it, held it, and that's what caused us to go up. So it's very basic. No need to overcomplicate things. As long as you're holding above the SMA 200, it should be a bounce zone, and it did. Now we got back above support, which is based on that wick high rejection. We need this to hold here. That'll give us more confluence of not shorting, but looking for a move up. The move up will either reject at the daily 9 and form a lower high, and that'd be weak and unfortunate, but we do have a daily silver cross. So that is what the first point you should be looking for to be resistance. You start reclaiming that, though, it'll start looking good and really start solidifying this being possibly a major bottom. You want to then get back above, in my opinion, 14 bucks. If you start getting back above 14 bucks, you're back in this range. And we potentially can start looking at a move all the way back up to the highs here of like 16 to 17 bucks. This monthly is going to be important now, because if the monthly holds this zone at $11.70, but let's say it loses the monthly 9, I'm going to be cautious. SoFi losing the monthly 9 has generally led to just very bad occurrences for bulls. And here you lost it, you came down, and bear market. Here you lost it, rallied up, rejected the 21, bull trap, came down. So it's very crucial for them to bounce and get back above the monthly 9. If the monthly 9 does hold into April, it'll be a good sign for me. It'll be a good sign that this could be looked at as a monthly high or low, assuming the monthly 9 holds though. Makes sense. We're getting rejection now at the extremes. We're breaking out of the blue zone. Never really backtested it. I'm not really bearish on SoFi here. Just being frank, I actually want to start seeing this move up now. This act as a bottom, and we potentially can get a nice move up to like $13.70 if we reclaim the daily 9. It's very simple to me. Reclaim the daily 9. That's when this idea can come into play, or we'll reject it and it'll just make for an easy short based on the silver cross. Hit the 100% on the weekly here.
Damn.
A lot of data with SoFi, but still just shows like you shouldn't really be aggressively shorting here. You should more be looking for like a mean reversion bounce, lower high on the weekly, possibly here, and then a rejection, right? We talk about this. Shorts, ape, lower low. We get the lower high. They start closing, longing. We're so back. Weekly lower low, a lower high leads to the lower low. And that's why this lines up even on the weekly view, what I see on the daily. Get back above that daily 9. And yeah, this probably does start to move back up to test the 21 at minimum. Now, but it's even the same point of view, though, here. Whereas we do see right at $12.66, that weekly 34 is right around the daily 9. Start reclaiming the daily 9. Good chance that the weekly 34 is going to not hold us down. But I don't think we're just going to like send up to 16 from here. That's just going to give us the easy move up. We'll probably form a higher low on the lower time frames, move up, hit $13, maybe wicks to 14. But then at that point, I'll be looking at a major rejection here. This will be a nice short opportunity. If we play the weekly trend, we're not shorting down here. We're waiting. And your invalidation literally can just be like 14.90. So you'll short right here. Your invalidation will be there, and you'll target 10 bucks. Seems very easy to me, and you're just waiting now for the lower high, which would then give you, right, that bearish retest of the EMA 100, which we haven't tested that yet, which would also be daily median test, EMA 21. And the 21 is important here because we still have the daily silver cross. So even if the daily 9 doesn't hold us down, popping up here still could hold the silver cross to the downside, and we would just reject to the book. So SoFi to me is looking more like it can bounce as long as it's going to hold dailies above $11.70. If it can, should make its way up to the daily 9. That'll be the big test on if we're going to actually get a nice squeeze or not. We simply could reject the daily 9, which is right at the weekly EMA 34, and reject hard, and then make our way to the weekly EMA 100, which is right at $10.44, right around the meme line, the SMA 200 at 10 bucks. Or we're going to overshoot that a little into next week, come up to here, hit $13.70. Everyone gets along again. We form a lower high there, and it makes it for an even easier short. I mean, because like we're talking about like 17% bounce from here. Hold on. But yeah, no, that's basically all I have on SoFi. It's very basic.
Yeah, it's not a monster analysis. Pretty straightforward, like you're saying. Thank you, sir. We're doing Meta. Meta. Wow. Holy shit balls. Meta, SoFi, and let's do Roblox.
Sweet.
After. Ok. Tenemos acá SoFi. SoFi es un banco digital acá en Estados Unidos, para todos los que no sepan, y estamos viendo la diaria. Importante ver la diaria, ¿por qué? Porque tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja por acá, y estás viendo que el 9 no lo hemos tocado desde entonces, por lo que muy probablemente, y las probabilidades te acompañan a buscar ese rechazo de por acá antes de dar continuación a la siguiente caída. ¿Por qué decimos eso? Sencillo, vamos a echarnos un poco para atrás, vamos a ver la semanal. Semanal tienes este setup de volatilidad potentísimo y te lo está dando a la baja. Y este setup de volatilidad potentísimo a la baja apenas está en el 45% y le gusta llegar a extremos, como pueden ver en esta zona. Eso nos pone a SoFi aquí en un máximo histórico. Sí, ¿no es histórico de 18? Vamos a ver. No, los de acá atrás. Ok. Esto fue cuando hizo el máximo histórico y este máximo histórico lo hizo en 28.26. Y ahora estamos cotizando en $11.89. Nada mal, nada mal. Podemos ver acá que funcionó perfectamente esta deliciosa línea meme para poder encontrar un punto de rebote. Y ahora el precio de SoFi está caminando. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Honestamente, es mucho más fácil de lo que pensamos. La cosa es, pueden ver que estamos o sea, básicamente en el HPDR al 100%. Esto nos dice que necesitamos un poco de consolidación antes de dar continuación a la baja. Por lo que nuestra propuesta por acá, vamos a ver la de 5 días, es un poco de lo mismo. Nuestra propuesta por acá sería básicamente ir a esta zona. Y ahorita van a ver semanal, ¿dónde está esa zona? El promedio del 21. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. No, espérame, 2 días. 2 días podemos ver que está básicamente el 21, más o menos en los $14, sería donde hacerle un gran corto a esta cosa. ¿Por qué? Les voy a poner esto fácil. Un segundo. La razón del por qué es sencilla. Porque entrando en un cortillo por acá, en los 14 más o menos por acá, tu invalidación va a estar acá arriba, en los 14.92. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos haciendo técnicamente? ¿No? Cuando estamos hablando técnicamente, vas a ir, una vez que puedas rebotar por encima de los 11.98, que es donde está el SMA 100, tienes que ir a esta zona. De esta zona más o menos vas a chopear por acá. Esto debería dar un poco de tiempo a todo de reajustarse y ahí empezamos a dar nuestro siguiente paso a la baja, esos 9.59 en la tabla, es lo que nosotros diríamos. Ahora, si llegas a superar esta zona, tu zona importante a saber para ser alcista es justamente acá en los 14.12. Si llegas a superar los 14.12 con varios cierres contundentes de 2 días, con 3, básicamente nos diría que tienes más chances de ir para arriba. Pero por ahora lo que estamos viendo es simplemente ¿cómo se llama? El retesteo de este cruce plateado, que va a ser básicamente por acá, y de ahí nos va a dar continuación a la baja. ¿Cómo sabemos si nos equivocamos? Si puedes absolutamente retomar todos estos promedios, y también si esto simplemente ya baja tal cual, pero nosotros pensamos que SoFi se ve bajista y va a continuar a la baja por ahora. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Far hand. Are you ready? What do you want? Meta. I need to create a
One
little...
sec. Let me switch my or share my screen. I keep saying switch my screen.
It's the same
I'm
thing.
sorry. I got the tism.
Is that what you call it now? Is that what kids call it these days?
Indeed. Ism with the tism.
Ism with a tism. All right, that's Celsius Meta. Where's Meta? I got it here.
Suck the cuck.
Oh, yeah. Cocksuck.
We all see you staring at Jeff Bezos' wife, sir.
Oh, we know what he wants. We know what he wants. and what he wants has gigantic fake titties.
He's like, where do I sign away half my net worth?
Oh, well, no, that's Bezos' ex-wife. That's the one that took all the bread. What a G.
Okay. No, that was genius. And she sold the exact top on Amazon before that 2022 bear market too.
I know, unbelievable. It's like she knew.
What a trading god. On the monthly on on the monthly momentum is starting to flip down. It's approaching the reset zone. This would be the area if we're still bullish that we would expect to see a flip back up, where we see monthly volatility also flipping to the downside. The counterpoint to that, though, is we are starting to get a God mode sell signal on the jewel. We're getting it flipping into a neutral after having a period of a buy signal. It has not quite shifted to a sell signal just yet, but the way that it will shift to a sell signal is if we lose this 38.2%, which is at $572. If that happens, they will shift to a sell signal. And the last time we've gotten a close below the 38.2% was all the way down here during the bear market. We have not lost this 38.2% ever since 2022, whenever we just went straight up. And when we lost that 38.2%, that was quite devastating. Because sure, we got a little bit of a bounce after close. We got a bounce of like 9%, but then we dumped about like 76% to the downside. So if we lose this 38.2%, it's likely over for a long time. And this thing is probably going to go sideways and down for at least a year, maybe longer. The hopium, though, is that we've gotten a strong bounce from the 38.2%, and now we're over the median as well. The median is at $613.04. If we close above that median, likely we're going to flip momentum back around on the reset zone with volatility support back to the upside. And from there, we're likely going to go to new all-time highs rather quickly, probably somewhere around that 161.8%, which has been the target for the longest time on Meta, right around the 88.3% on the HPDR at about $900-ish, $950 range. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to front run that $1,000 number by just a little bit, correct from there, and then blast past $1,000. That would definitely put Zuckerberg solidly ahead of Bezos. On the 2 week, we're also getting momentum to the downside. It's gone past the reset zone now, getting very close to the bearish control zone. Volatility still contracts. So technically, this would be a correction to the downside instead of an actual breakdown. As of right now, we are bouncing off of the 50%, front running this 21 EMA a little bit. If you want to maintain bullish hopium in the immediate term, we want to close over this 38.2% at $621. If we close over that, then probabilities are that we retest this top 38.2%, and that makes it extremely likely that this is going to be the local bottom if we go back up again. And that level to confirm that we're going to break new all-time highs is going to be on this 2 week above about $711. And that likely sends us up towards that $900 area. I wonder if there's any way to have your computer stop giving you the ding whenever you get an iMessage. It's so fucking annoying.
It's the worst.
On the
I don't
weekly,
know.
we have either
Oh, you
way?
can. Oh, hang on. Do you have a Mac?
Yeah.
Okay, so on system preferences, just go to messages, and on messages, just probably sound. Let me see. For blah blah system settings. I'm gonna go to messages.
Where's messages?
Maybe there's no messages, notifications, perhaps. 1 second. Bluetooth network sounds. Okay, sound.
I see the messages.
Yeah.
I see it. Where's the sound? Play sound for notification. Beautiful. Turned it off.
Boom. We fucking did it.
Very simple.
We did it.
It's like the Obama phrase. We can do it. Or yes, we can.
My fellow Americans. Yes, Donald Trump is a Nazi.
My fellow retards. We are in bear market. On the weekly, we are breaking momentum into the bearish control zone with volatility support. And now the jewel is starting to break down too. We're starting to shift down. We're we still have the pink below the yellow, and we're about to lose the bullish control zone. This is one of those very worrying situations. We've lost the 38.2% on the weekly as well. Last time we lost the 38.2% was right around this zone where from the loss of 38.2%, we ended up going down another only 3%. That's not bad. And then this time around, it was actually the bottom where we lost 38.2%. So there's a little bit of hopium there. Right now, what we don't want to lose though is this 21 EMA. So if we can close over this 21 EMA, there's going to be a lot more hopium in the short term at $625 that we will come back up and retest these breakdown points. And then from there is a strong possibility of new all-time highs. It's going to come down to whether we can reclaim this 21 or not. If we close below the 21 and confirm this as the rejection of the 21, then it's very likely we're going to come into the 55 at around somewhere around $550. And then it's going to be, this uptrend is going to be into question, and we're probably going to come back down to retest these previous lows of somewhere around at this 100 in this range here, this consolidation zone, at about like $474. As of right now, the trend on the higher time frames is still up, so you should assume that it's likely going to play out to the upside. 5-day as well as pointed down in the bearish control zone with volatility pointed up. Right now, we're still dancing around that 21 EMA. Hopium is we can close over that 21 EMA, and then we can retest these upper $600 areas, maybe $700 area. Lose the 21 EMA, then it's going to start to get ugly. 2-day is now shifting back up on momentum as volatility contracts, kind of playing out the idea that we're looking for on the higher time frames, where we're reclaiming the 55 EMA. We want to see a close over this current high above $659, so let's say $660. And from there, we very likely see somewhere around mid to high 600s. Daily is also swooping back up on momentum, and now the jewel is starting to lose its sell signal and shifting to a neutral signal within the bearish control zone. So if we can close over this 100 EMA, there's a little bit of like bearish hopium though, a little sombering detail is whether or not we close over this 100 EMA doesn't matter. It's still going to sliver across to the downside. The area you're going to want to close over at that point is going to be the 21. So if you were to close over this 100 EMA, you're just going to be getting a retest of this 9 EMA, and you very likely could dump from there based off that silver cross happening straight to the 200. If you don't dump immediately when the silver crosses, then you have a little bit more hopium that the silver cross could be invalidated, but you're going to have to close above about $660 to get to invalidate that area, same as the number before. Come on. 4 hour as well is now flipping up to the momentum to the upside as volatility contracts, and we're losing the sell signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. We're holding right at this 200 SMA. So if we can close over this 200, then we should see a move up to somewhere around this 38.2%, which is around $640. Still high enough to invalidate that silver cross, and we still likely have that silver cross to the downside play out. Ding.
Bling.
Meta, no, this is a lower low, so there's no divergent stem. This was the 2022 low. That was quite the dump. That was the ultimate opportunity, to be honest. Buying Meta at below $100, so fucking insane.
70% discount from the top before. Now it made like a 7-10x, no?
Yeah, like from this point, 80 something bucks, pretty close to a 10x. Wait, the top was around 740. So yeah, almost a 10x.
Not bad. Mark.
That's fucking insane. In 2 years,
Mr. Zuck. Wow, good job.
on the monthly, we're about to put in a fresh drive bearish divergence, and it's going to confirm as long as we close below $641. Since let's say $642. The next target on that divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which is right now at about $542, right around that mid to high $500 area, where we're gonna have to hold. Let's see where it lines up right over here with our previous higher low. And if you start to lose this area, this is gonna start to look like a breakdown to me. Probably gonna come at a minimum to this 21 EMA, and that's around like that high 400s, low $500 area. And if you can't hold this area, most of this rally is likely going to get erased, and we're probably going to come down to the 100 at around like $300. Hopium though is that most hopium scenario possible is that we've already put in the low at this 9 EMA, and we can continue from there because the 9 historically has been holding up as our bounce point and to new highs. So if that is still the case, we would put it in our bottom at this 9 EMA. invalidate this bearish divergence, and then continue to the upside. And let's look at the previous times we had bearish divergence on the monthly and the RSI right here. How much should we dump from that bearish divergence? 34%. Bearish divergence right here. 38%, 39%. So a similar number. Let's see, bearish divergence right here. About 21%. Doesn't seem to be that devastating. I guess because it's a stock. 23%. So the minimum number seems to be about 20 and the higher is about 30. So if we do confirm this bearish divergence, let's put it from here and dump 20. 20 would put us at about that mid $500 area. Very interesting. And then let's do 30. 30 would bring us closer to that 400s. So both those numbers are very significant areas that we've seen before, around that $490 area towards that 500 and the $570 to $540 area. That's it's actually quite surprising that the monthly bearish divergence would only do that. It's because my brain is too used to crypto.
Yeah, that's also our what's it called? Our gauge of that shit is completely fucked because of it.
If I see a monthly bearish divergence on crypto, I'm like, all right, let's wrap it up. It's over.
Yeah.
On the 2 week, we have confirmed mini drives of bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $681.25. And the next target on that bearish divergence, if we get a tick below $681.25, I mean, the number to invalidate it, my bad, I'm retarded. The number to invalidate it is $673.68. And the continuation is going to be a tick below $681. What the fuck is wrong? $586.87 to go below. And if we go below $586.87, then you're going to go to the mid zone on the RSI, which right now sits at about $500, right around that very, very high $400 area. So not looking the best right now. We need you to pump it back up for us, Zuck.
Zuck the cock, letting us down a little bit. I mean, what a run he'd had already. A little 10x. This is where I go, all right, we need a little break. Meta did a 10x, one of the largest companies in the world. No one's surprised? No? Okay.
But no, meta season hasn't even started yet. We're waiting for the real meta season. On the 3-day, we also confirmed mini drives with bearish divergence is going to be active as long as we're closing below $681.25. And the continuation of the divergence is going to be a tick below $586.87. And from there, you likely dump pretty fast towards this 100 EMA, which is at around that $540 area. Same number as before. This area is going to have to hold unless you want to go somewhere.
Did you freeze or did I freeze? There you go. You're back. I'm sorry. You were saying at the end?
What's the last part you heard? What's the last part you heard?
When you were like about to do your literally when you were about to start saying whatever you said.
All right, so I was saying, I'm gonna start completely from the beginning. Then.
Do it. That's fine.
So the invalidation of that 3-day divergence would be if we were to close above $681.25. That would invalidate your divergence, and it would very likely put in, as you see here, momentum is dropping below all of these levels with prices making a higher low. It would also give you hidden bullish divergence. So the continuation, however, is going to be a tick below $586.87 for the divergence. At that point, you get a move down to somewhere around your mid 500s, that $540 area, which is the same number we saw before, which is going to be the area you're going to have to hold unless you want to come down to that very, very high 400s, around 490 to 500. Area doesn't hold, and at that point, it's time to say goodnight to Meta, and it's probably going below $300. But right now, the hope, as we did every single time before at the 55 EMA, we confirm the hidden bullish divergence, and then we send it back up. Here's some more hopium on that idea. Is right now on the 2-day we're about to put in many drives of hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to confirm as long as we close above $615, and that hidden bullish divergence should have a target at a minimum of this middle zone of the RSI, which right now that sits at about $689. Over that $681 number we needed to confirm the hidden bullish divergence on the 3-day, which would then send us back up towards somewhere around the bullish control zone, which that's at $773, which I do believe that is new all-time highs. And then the area above there is going to be the critical zone, which is at that $1,000 area. Nothing on the daily. 4 hours now put in many drives of bullish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing above $586.98, so $587. And the next tick on the divergence is going to be if we close above this number here at $628.19. Then from there, we very likely go towards somewhere around this middle zone, which right now is at about $725, which is very close to our current all-time highs.
Mm-hmm.
Which way are we going to run it, Zuck? Up or down? Why isn't this scrolling? There we go.
Well, if everything is going to shit, I'm going to go with down eventually. Not today. Today's a good market day. Oh, you're frozen. Both of you. Is it me? Wait, is it me? No, it's not me. Meta. Un segundo para toda la gente que nos está escuchando. Un segundito, por favor. Estamos teniendo problemas técnicos. Regresaremos en unos minutos. Ajá. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
we back?
Oh, there
Absolutely
you go.
died.
Even
My
you're
internet-
back, Alex. Yeah. 1
Let me
second.
share my screen again.
1 second. Yes, please. Remove this one and add this one and then click this thing and fuck me. StreamYard.
Refresh my page.
Dare you? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Your mother was a whore, StreamYard.
Your mother was a whore.
And your father smells of piss.
From your mother, the whore.
On the quarterly, we are getting momentum shifted. Oh, I'm a fucking retard. This is Celsius. I'm like, hey, this is very similar. On the quarterly, we are now shifting momentum to the downside on Meta. So it's kind of looking a little worrying. It's going to flip down as long as we close below $634.50, which is not exactly what do you call it? A death blow, as long as we're maintaining the bullish control zone. But whenever we start to lose the bullish control zone, that's when it starts to dump. And the last time that happened was right in late 2021, when it was this dump below $100. So at the very least, we're going to get a pretty nasty correction if we were to flip this quarterly momentum to the downside. Bulls got 19 days.
That fucking candle at the top is the toppiest quarterly candle I've seen. And by the way, it seems like Meta likes to top on those. Look at the last cycle.
Right there.
Yep. Interesting.
It's a perfect, exactly the same, except we just closed red. But to be honest, it doesn't matter what color this candle closes. It could close green or red and still be the same thing.
Yeah.
And on the monthly, we are also getting momentum shifting to the downside. It's a little bit more unlikely that this one is going to flip back up. But this one is going to continue to the downside as long as we're below $715. Let's zoom in a little so I can see better on this. Very interesting. Notice lower high, lower high, lower high. You have now confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence on this monthly stochastic. Not nice. The next, if you were to take below $586.87, the next move on that bearish divergence is going to be somewhere around that 21 EMA, which right now is at that very high 400 to low $500 area. Very, very interesting area. This number keeps coming back up. And this is going to be the area where you're absolutely going to have to hold unless you want to erase this entire uptrend. It is very, based on the monthly and the quarterly trend though, the probabilities are in the favor of making our next macro higher low in this area before we go back up again. Because as of the moment, trend is still your friend until the end. On the 2-week, we're also flipping down on momentum. Let's see if there's any divergence. Yep, bit of bearish divergence on the 2-week as well. And it's going to be down as long as we're below $704. Weekly as well is pointed down, rejecting the critical zone, and we have a derp of death. See the last time we had a derp of death on the weekly? Right around this zone here, where we immediately after the derp of death, how much did we go down? Immediately went down about 9%, bounced a little bit, and then went down 72, 74%. Holy shit. Right now, we got that derp of death. We're pointing down as long as we're below $728. And from the derp
Ooh.
of death, we're down. How much are we down? Only 7%. That's not really that much at all. If we were to take it down to that $500 area, it's about 20% to the downside, which in terms of stocks, that would make it into a bear market. Because whenever a stock is down 20%, that's the textbook term for bear market. 5 days also pointing down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down below $728. 2-day also to the downside. Every single time frame is down, as long as we're below 648. Daily is now starting to flip up while volatility contracts, looking like we're going to put in a lower high, which we might already have because we're getting that silver cross to the downside, and we have a rejection of this 9 EMA. So it's going to be to the upside as long as we're closing above $612. But as of this moment, it's looking like a corrective flip up of momentum, and it's looking like the silver cross to the downside is going to play out. We're probably going to dump from there. And the 4 hours also pointed up with volatility contraction for many periods of 100%, giving us the double extreme. And we're going to be pointed up above $606. So I could see this bounce maybe if we were to go a little bit higher to somewhere around $648 to $650. But to be honest, it's a high probability as the local high is already in, and it's probably going to dump from here. So right now, all of our high time frames are aligning to the downside on Meta. It's looking like we have put in a medium to long-term top that probably going to be in for a good amount of time. We're getting bearish divergences on our monthly on the stochastic, 3 drives at that, making it very likely we come down somewhere around that first $540 area, get a bounce from there. That bounce likely fails, and that one probably takes us to somewhere around $500. And based off of the monthly trend, I would say that $500 area to $490 area very likely does hold. We probably put in our next macro low at that area, and then put in hidden bullish divergences on those time frames, and that likely sends us up to first somewhere around $770 based off the RSI, and then after that probably goes up to somewhere around $1,000.
That'd be fucking swell for anyone that's investing in Zakak. Zakak. This is what I see in a simple, really stupid way. Breakdown, like from this trend line, right? Breakdown, retest, nuke. That's
yeah. What number is the line at?
The line is right now to be retested today would be 640. Tomorrow would be 643.
Very similar areas my bearish retest, though.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's
very interesting. Very interesting.
Sometimes
I think I might buy the Meta AI sunglasses.
Oh, dude, you're gonna love them. They really are great. I'm sure they can read your thoughts and all that stuff, but they're great.
I need to get my prescription put into them, though.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm a blind motherfucker.
You'll enjoy the crap out of them, especially if you can use them all the time. So we already did. 1 second. Oh. Alex is doing Roblox. And then, yeah. And then we'll
Roblox. All right, cool.
Rocox. I'm going to simplify this one real quick for everyone. Kind of just go fast so we can finish Rocox. And then also XRP. Everyone wants Mr. Garlic Bread to be back.
Beautiful.
Okay. Vamos a ver Meta. Yeah.
I was going to say I'll do the encore.
Nice. Very nice. Vamos a ver Meta en la diaria y rápidamente lo vamos a ver en la diaria por una razón, porque es bastante sencillo entender esto. Primero, quiero ponerles esta visualización, que es algo de lo que platiqué ahorita con Farhan. Pueden ver acá y darse cuenta esta vela topera, literalmente, pueden ver, una vela topera fue la que nos dio el tope en julio del 2021 al fondo en el 2023. Y quiero que vean el movimiento de esta vela topera, fue de 76.78%. 76.78%. Y si hubieras agarrado el trade, olvídate del fondo, acá, hasta donde llegó, estás hablando de un 5X. Desde el fondo es casi un 7X. Nada mal para una empresa pública que ha crecido como loca. Lo que sí estamos ante un poco de la misma situación. Para empezar, nuestro nivel acá está siendo el punto de resistencia. Tenemos una vela topera, justo como tenemos esta vela topera. Esta podría ser considerada el previo de la divergencia bajista de precio. Y primero nos había dado indecisión, ¿ok? Es lo que estamos viendo. Estamos muy por encima del promedio del 9, que está en los 467. Pero voy a poner el HPDR rápido para todos ustedes para que vean esto visualmente. Estamos bastante elevados en esto, habíamos llegado al 100% y ahora claramente estamos cayendo en la trimestral, lo pueden ver. Ok, vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, estamos cayendo tal cual como lo habíamos contado. También tenemos una vela topera por acá. Esa vela topera es confirmada con este cierre en 19 días y 3 horas. El cierre tiene que ser por debajo de 641. That's interesting, because also you confirmed this topping candle with a close under 640, which is kind of close to the rejection point. Ok. Wow. Buenas coincidencias también por acá en la tabla. Venimos y nos recargamos. Perdimos la zona azul. Abrimos aquí arriba en los 673. Caímos todo hasta el 587. Esto es una caída de 20% en total desde el tope. Y rebotamos. Rebotamos por encima del 9, rebotamos por encima de la media que está en 613. Y en este momento estamos siendo rechazados por nuestra línea meme. De nuevo, esta vela topera entra en efecto con un cierre por debajo de los 642, ¿ok? Abajo de los 640, este cierre mensual nos diría que vamos a la parte baja primero en 572 de la zona azul y de ahí muy probablemente a donde está nuestro 21 en los 492. Voy a la semanal. Semanal pueden ver que ya estamos cayendo no solamente de la media, pero también de la zona azul. Y ahora estamos soportados y aguantados por el 34. Estamos entrando en la zona entre el 50% y el 61.8%. Este cierre donde está tal cual en 2 días y 3 horas nos llevaría tal vez a un retesteo de la parte baja de la zona azul y eso nos pondría justamente de vuelta con mi línea meme, lo que me lleva a cerrar este análisis rápidamente. Lo que creo que estamos viendo es por fin un tope de meta por acá que es muy parecido al tope de meta antes del 70%. Acá, wow, ese fue un efecto de no mames, déjame, me doy una vuelta, no sé dónde estoy, voy a regresarme a donde estamos ahorita para no hacerme bolas. Un segundo. Ok. Me cambió la temporalidad. No, no me la cambió. Es esto. Ok. Tenemos este tope, tenemos esta caída agresiva, una caída de 20% de nuevo de tope a fondo, lo pueden ver acá, donde el tope está acá, el fondo de esta caída está acá, 20%, literalmente 20% y ya se está recuperando. Pero la cosa es, y los voy a poner bastante sencilla para todos ustedes, tíos. La cosa es bastante sencilla. Lo que estamos viendo es, lo que creemos es un breakdown. Esta caída la intentó aguantar en la línea meme, que ha aguantado literalmente casi por un año entero, toda esta subidongo, apenas penetrándola, y ahora sí la penetró rico, intentó acá salir, rebotó, cayó, la perdió, intentó retomarla, cayó, y ahora va a intentar una vez más. Lo que nosotros estamos esperando es que haya un rechazo en esta zona, y eso nos lleve a dar continuaciones. ¿Cómo sabemos si nos equivocamos? Simplemente por encima en tu diaria del promedio del 34, básicamente en los 654. Si puedes estar por encima de 654 en la diaria con cierres, esto olvídense de la bajada y vamos para arriba y vamos a continuar probablemente a $700, $800. Pero de tener este rechazo justamente en esta zona entre los 650 a donde está esta línea meme, y si en verdad caemos una vez más de esta línea meme verde en los 627, vamos a ir más para abajo, porque aquí estás perdiendo el promedio del 100, Siguiente objetivo va a ser tu promedio, el S&P 200, que está en 568, pero muy probablemente ahí no te aguante. Y ahora, para poderlo poner en perspectiva, porque estamos ante un mercado, lo que parece bajista, igual y no, pero lo vamos a hacer de todas maneras. Una corrección de 30% en meta te lleva a 511. Una corrección de 40% te lleva a 438. Una corrección de 50% te lleva a 367. Esto ya estaría delicioso. Y una corrección como la pasada, 211. Yo creo que es bueno poner estos números enfrente de nosotros si queremos invertir en algo a largo plazo y saber dónde puedes empezar ponte tú, abajo de 40% del tope, empezar a meter cada 10%, cada 5%, algo ahí. Más que un trade, esto es una buena manera de invertir. Ahí lo tienen. Ahí está meta. Vámonos con Alex. A ver. Se me olvidó una vez más. What are we looking at? I forgot again.
Roblox.
Roblox. Cock blocks.
Yeah. Cock blocks. Yeah, it is.
I always hate the cock blocks.
Dude, Roblox looks like, no, wait, this is Meta or Roblox?
No, this is Roblox.
Mine, it's identical to Meta's chart. On mine, not yours. I'm sorry. I freaking out for nothing. It's really stupid, but you'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Roblox is pretty simple to me because if we just stick to the weekly, it's actually quite nice. You know, oftentimes when Roblox loses the weekly 9, it generally rejects it and forms lower highs there pretty easily. Why I'm saying this is an easy trade is just because we've just been range trading this. So like we lost support, rejected it, came down, lost the level, which was support. Now this should be resistance. We've come down. We've hit support. Now we should have a move up. And I do think that we're going to test up here around $61.31. And that'll just be a simple retest of resistance after something like this weekly 9 was holding us for multiple weeks. Now should act as resistance. We're getting confluence of that just simply because of this level. These bounces here, if we go on a daily, it's more obvious. You know, Roblox likes to be above $60, $60.50. When it is, it's good. And we're in this range. When it's below it, it's generally not. Now, something to note here is the daily has silver crossed, and we're actually approaching the level now where, you know, bears are going to start rejecting this soonish. We have the daily EMA 100 got lost, so this should be, you know, looked at as like almost like a retest, bearish retest of that. But, you know, it's concerning because when I see the weekly here, actually then tells me we might just reject actually the 21 and not even reach the 9. This will just be the easy short in my opinion. And once you start reclaiming back above $60.50, you can just close it. But yeah, no, Roblox really could start moving up, going. I'm seeing. Oh, jeez. God, I hate when people call me when I'm streaming. My bad. Let me put on silent.
I just hate when people call me in general.
Yeah, same. Just text. Literally. I see though a move like I'm like we could even draw like a mid range here if we wanted to. You know, so we did something like this, took it from this. You know, it can be like a mid range within this range, which I'm liking because it's right around the 21. That's giving me good confluence that, you know, that is right around where the daily EMA 100 is and the also EMA 9. And remember, we haven't actually tested this since the silver cross occurred. So this would be the first retest. And generally, you do reject the first ones. So for me, I think Roblox can go up higher. I'd be watching for $58. I may actually give an Academy short here because it could literally be short here, stop there, and then we go down. Next logical target, if we're under the EMA 100, will be a move back to support at $53.40. It's a big zone. But if we start losing $53.40, yeah, I mean, next move will be that daily SMA 200. We go back to the weekly here. You can see that right around the daily SMA 200 is, you know, and coincidentally the weekly as well, right around the $49, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yeah, $49. So should be a bounce, big bounce zone in this point here. If we do end up breaking down, rejecting the EMA 100, the Silvergrass takes president and we just start moving down, you'll know we're going to break down to the SMA 200 if we start really losing on a daily $53.40. Start closing below that, taking out these wick lows. Yeah, this is going to start looking like the next major lower high on Roblox because the daily is in a downtrend.
With a silver cross, right? To the downside.
Yeah, silver cross, matching them nice with the EMA 100. Lost it. I've never put in a bearish retest. It just seems very simple. Let's check the monthly now. Yeah, so good confluence of this idea that, you know, $53 is pretty important. You start losing this, you're going to run the risk of the monthly losing the 9. And just like what I said with the weekly, it's more powerful in the monthly. You start losing the 9, I mean, each time that has resulted in dumps. We lost it here, front ran the rally or the bearish retest, and then dumped, and then went down 70%. And then rejected it, came up. So it wasn't a reclaim. Here it was, though. So we claimed it and lost it 27%. And then this one is just more easier. We lost the 9 here in March 2024. And then through that time, we just solidly rejected the 9 all the way down until we hit support. This was like literally a free 22% if you just played the monthly 9. So with me bringing that point up, that's why $53 is going to be important. You know, if we start losing this zone, yeah, we can come down to like 49s, but it's just going to tie into, we most likely then will just start going towards that SMA 200. And if you start losing the SMA 200, well, monthly 9's lost, SMA 200's lost. You have to really start wondering if, you know, this is entering into like a bear market. That was kind of the big point here, which was once we lost the SMA 200, we formed a lower high. This deviation is really what sparked, though, the move, the bear market move, in my opinion. Like we had all this move down, which was fine, but it really wasn't until we fell below the SMA 200 where we had all of this down. So it's a massive level here that we're approaching. And my bias is on Roblox will be the short. So if you are itching to short something, Roblox could be giving a setup. It could look something like this. And then dumps, your stop is here. And that plays the weekly 21 and the daily silver cross. Your target would be like $53. Start losing that, you can target $48. And this does have a nice gap here. So, you know, it's good confluence that really is not the most absurd thing if we start going to the 40s if we lose 53s, because this gap didn't get filled. So it's just there. But yeah, it's really simple on Roblox, actually, very simple. I mean, you're just essentially sticking to the EMA 100. This short will be wrong, though, if you start reclaiming it. Then that'll probably give us the move up to the 60. 60 ideally will reject us, right? Because that's where the 21 is, that's where the 55 is. It'll be very questionable if we start reclaiming 60 if the silver cross is going to play out. But since this just occurred, we need to be looking at the 9 as the first spot to reject, and that is approaching, and that's right around the EMA 100, which already is a short trigger in itself, deviating it. With the silver cross, it makes it easier, but then with the weekly 21 right there, it makes it, you just have a good confluence of this idea. So watch the rejection around here. If you're in the academy, I may give a short here. And yeah, worst case scenario, we might rally up to like 61s, but I would expect that to reject. So that's all I have on Roblox. Watch the, what zone is it? Let me just see if it wants to load. Yeah, so watch like $58.33 to reject. If you start reclaiming that, can make a good argument that will probably test 60 to 61, right where that weekly EMA 9 is. But then at that point, you'll have to watch for that to reject. I'll be wrong, though. If Roblox starts actually coming up and closing above $60.50 and holding above it, then it's going to start looking like we're going to shift this daily trend back up and make our way towards the $66. So it's very simple.
All right. It is indeed. Once you do it yourself, it's really simple for me to copy it. Thank you. This is what I was saying about it looking like Meta. This trend line, kind of like the same thing. Meta dumped, right? Broke down, went for the retest, and Meta's kind of like here, about to go into this retest. And then it's kind of weird because it looked the same. Very, very fucking strange. Either way. All right. Thank you, sir. Pueden ver acá justamente Roblox está 30%. Bueno, no. ha llegado un 30% abajo del precio total del pasado, ¿no? De tope al fondo local, estamos hablando de 30.91% de tope acá. ¿Por qué es importante medir eso? Porque te estás dando una idea de cuánto ya ha bajado el precio de algo. Es muy importante entender eso. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y ahora viene un retesteo a la 9, ¿no? De libro. Roblox es un poco más fácil que todas las demás para analizar por esto, por simplemente lo que estamos viendo en la diaria. Tenemos este nivel importante que es la media de mi canal. Pueden ver que en realidad esto debería ser verde, perdón. Soy un naco que se me olvida para mis tablas. Ahora sí, vean qué bonito se ve esto. Y sobre todo si le quito esto. Lo que estamos viendo en Roblox es, tienes el alto, un gap acá. Este gap va a servir de trampa alcista. Por cierto, esto es todo el mundo que lo está viendo y vas a retomar un nivel, vas a decir, ya se va para arriba, va a cerrar el gap en los 73 y bolas, güey, tómala. Te la va a tirar para abajo. Tenemos justamente, cuando tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, un silver cross a la baja, que es cuando el 21, el promedio del 21 y el 55 se voltean y el 21 queda abajo el 55, ¿qué es lo que haces? Normalmente la oportunidad viene, si va a la baja, en el retesteo del 9. Y el 9 está coincidiendo con el 100, con el EMA 100. ¿Por qué es importante eso? Porque Roblox simplemente había perdido el 100 en muy pocas instancias, como acá. Acá atrás, pues es donde venía el mercado alcista, pero una vez que empezó a subir, lo ha perdido por muy poco tiempo. Aquí viene ya lo perdiste y viene un retesteo del mismo. Y al mismo tiempo, teniendo este cruce plateado, lo que nos dice es muy probablemente acá es donde vas a encontrar dónde se detiene el precio para dar continuación a la baja. Puedes entrar aquí. Aquí hay dos oportunidades en corto. Esta en los 58.22, ¿no? Que es donde está el promedio del 9 y tu invalidación estaría aquí arriba en 59.35 o aquí arriba. Lo que está buscando hacer Roblox, en nuestra opinión, es un alto más bajo, sea como sea. Entonces lo puede hacer acá, caer, o lo puede hacer acá y caer. Y como podrías ver, seguiría siendo un bajo más bajo. Y es donde yo me atrevería hasta todavía adelantarme a esto, no en el trade, digamos, pero en este patrón. Un segundo, no me va a quedar al pedo ahorita. Deme un segundito. Hijo de puta. Me atrevería a ponerlo así, como la tabla de Bitcoin. Es lo que me hace pensar que muy probablemente vengamos a ver esto, aunque en Bitcoin no vino a rechazar hasta acá todavía. Pero ahí lo tienes. Vienes en bajada, muy probablemente vas a ser tu siguiente alto por esta zona, sea acá, ¿no? En el 58, por ejemplo, tal vez hasta acá o acá, pero vas a tener tu rechazo y va a dar continuación a la baja. Ahora, ¿qué es importante de tener en mente? Tu promedio de SMA 200 está en los 48.88. Creemos que ese es el siguiente objetivo y esperas poder aguantarlo, porque de no aguantarlo es lo que inicia el mercado bajista en Roblox. Para todos los que no sepan, fue lo que lo llevó al nepe. ¿Qué más da confluencia este análisis? Simplemente el retesteo del 21. Recuerda, en la semanal perdimos el promedio del 21 y también el 9, y el retesteo al 21 en 58.25 nos daría esa primera oportunidad. La segunda está acá en el 9, que coincide también con nuestros otros promedios en la diaria de hasta arriba. Muy interesante. Mensual, solamente para que lo vean y tengamos una visual de esto. El promedio del 9 está en los 54.65, ¿ok? También, además, Roblox viene de esto en la mensual, de llegar al 100%, ser rechazado y empezar a caer. Ese viaje nos debería llevar tranquilamente a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 49.59, y de no aguantar, la primera parada son los 44 con la media y la segunda son los 40 planos. Aquí es donde probablemente vaya a encontrar otro fondo. Vean esto. Me atrevería a ponerla así, ¿eh? Así. Con huevos, con ganas, se gana en Francia. Por ahí de los 40 es donde suena que Roblox va a encontrar un fondillo, y un fondillo, no un fundillo, cabrones, antes de que se pongan contentos. Vamos a ver a dónde nos llevaría eso. Un 47% abajo. O sea, estás hablando de bastante valor, porque si vuelve a llegar a subir, estás haciendo un 100% sobre tu dinero. Baja 57%, pero ve esto. 52, espérame. No, perdón, no estoy contando el máximo histórico. Qué pendejo soy. Felicidades, Alejandro. Y también no lo estoy contando desde el 40. No, 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 no. Ya me voy, ¿eh? Ya me voy. A tope te queda un 89%. Casi un 100% en la jugada, si es que te llega a salir por acá y aguantan los 40, que tiene cara y tiene sed de poder aguantar esos niveles. Ahí lo tienen, Roblox es más fácil de lo normal, pónganlo en la diaria, voltea a ver tu promedio del 100 sesiones y el de 9. Si tienes el rechazo acá, vas para abajo, puedes hacer un corto acá con una invalidación bastante corta por acá. Y si no tienes tu siguiente zona que es por ahí de los $60, 60, 61, donde puedes hacer otro corto para encontrar ese alto más bajo, de romper esta zona y llevarte 65, 27 de corbata, vas a ir mínimo una vez más a los 69 y eso te va a probablemente dar postura para volver a llegar a altos históricos una vez más. Ahí lo tienen, Roblox, damas y caballeros, Mr.
Garlic bread.
It's been a while. It's been a while, Mr. Garlic.
It's been quite too long. Now
Mr.
that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. That's a nerd line for that's a line from Star Wars for all of my nerd friends.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not a homosexual,
first-
so I haven't watched Star Wars.
From the first one.
Mm.
So on the monthly, we currently have it's crazy how XRP is like this, but Bitcoin is not. The monthly is still momentum is still pointing to the upside with volatility still expanding, and we're still holding this 5 EMA. Like, let's just quickly pan over to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is sitting at the 9 EMA and struggling to hold it, whereas XRP is just sitting right at the 5 EMA and getting a bounce right off of it every single time. It's kind of hilarious. Right now, based off of Bitcoin looking bearish, I would assume the XRP would be bearish as well. And the way to see that we're going to get the breakdown is if we get a single tick below $1.76. If it goes below there, it's probably going to break down pretty quickly towards somewhere around 142 to 150 area, where it's going to be the area where bulls are absolutely going to have to hold that if they don't want to completely erase this entire rally and come back under 60 not even $1, but under 60 cents. The invalidation, the opposite of that, like a tick below 176, is if you want to see a breakout to the upside, you'd have to see a tick above $3.03. If you can see that, then pressure is back onto the upside, and you're likely going to go to new all-time highs. On the 2-week, you're getting momentum breaking down towards somewhere around the bearish control zone. Hasn't quite breaking into the bearish control zone though, and you're seeing volatility contract at the same time. So right now the hopium is that it continues to hold this 38.2% and grinds out some type of local bottom here before trying up again. Validation of all that is if it loses this 38.2%, then you're going to get volatility expansion with momentum going into the bearish control zone. And that's what takes you towards that $1.50 to $1.40 area. It also lines up, I believe, with our, which is the 78.6? Yeah, 78.6% of the HPDR. Right now, what also lines up with that is the jewel is giving us a starting of a God mode sell signal, where we have lost the buy signal and it's currently on our neutral. Weekly is trying to flip back up in momentum, still within the bearish control zone, still below the moving average, while volatility is still pointed up. Right now, we have lost 38.2% on the weekly. This is the first time that we've lost 38.2% on the weekly since this rally initially began, which is quite worrying. And now we're bouncing right at this 21 EMA. So as long as we're holding the 21 EMA, we do have probabilities of coming back up to retest this 38.2 at around 250. But this should just be looked at as a corrective bounce as long as we're below that $3.03 area. And very likely this does reject and come down towards that 55, which is about 144, very close to that same area as before. 5 days is also starting to flip back up. Now it's gotten out of the bearish control zone, getting above the moving average, while volatility contracts. As long as volatility is contracting, it should be looked as a corrective bounce, however. The invalidation for that is if we can close over the about $2.66 on this at the 38.2%. And that's what also you can use to front run new all-time highs, because very likely we're going to go to new all-time highs at the 78.6% at about $3.85 if we can close over 266. And that would also confirm hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. 2-day as well as getting momentum flipping to the upside. We're getting volatility flip down at this point, so it should be looked at as a corrective bounce until we get that part invalidated. And let's see what we would need to invalidate that. To look at it as no longer a corrective bounce and more likely breakout to the upside, you would have to close over this 21 EMA, which has been holding us down since basically this deviation, and that would be at about $2.42, making it a lot more likely you would confirm that 5-day hidden bullish divergence. Daily as well is starting to flip back up on momentum with volatility contracting. Should be looked at as a corrective bounce for now. And we do have a silver cross to the downside on the daily, where right now we're right at the 9 EMA. So if we were to continue a little higher to the 21, around like $2.36, maybe the 55 at 245, that's right around that 230 to 250 area. Like textbook area for a lower high before we dump it towards 150. Start to get close over that 250 to 260 area, and that's where it becomes very likely that we're going to go retest our all-time highs, if not new all-time highs. 4 hours now starting to shift back up on momentum with volatility shifting back up, and Jewel still giving a quite nice buy signal with a pink crossing above the yellow. As of right now, if we do get a tick above this wick high of $2.27, we should see a test of this 100 at about $2.34. If not this 200 at about like 240. So my bias right now is if we get above this 227 area, we'll probably go to the 200 at around 240 to 250s. Probably reject there and then go from there to 150.
That'll be quite the dump.
The dumpity dump dump dump. Ding. We got to keep it alive.
Yeah. I need to go get my gong. Gong.
Do you have one?
No, but I used to. By the way, I have like 2 warehouses full of movie props that from all my movies. It's all stupid shit that I should have thrown away. In one of those, I have a gong, but I don't know where the fuck it is.
2 week is now forming bearish divergence possible because we have higher highs in price action, lower highs in the RSI. If you close below $1.94, that will confirm, and at an absolute minimum, you're coming down to this 21 EMA around $1.66, maybe a little bit lower to that $1.50 area because that's what fits my bias. But 166 would be your minimum target. Weekly currently does have active hidden bullish divergence invalidated if you close below 194, and the tick above to continue it is you'd have to close above $2.97. That's what likely sends you to a new all-time highs if that happens, and it would confirm 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence if it were to happen. Big if. 5-day right now, on the opposite hand, does have confirmed bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $2.62. And if you get a tick below $1.89, it's very likely going to break down towards about $1.60 area. Same number as before. 3-day as well, mini drives of bearish divergence confirmed as long as you're below $2.65. If you tick below about $1.84, probably going to break down towards this 100 at about that $1.60 area. 2-day has confirmed hidden bearish divergence as long as you're below 265. And if you tick below 189, likely going to continue to break down towards somewhere around this 200. Probably not the 200, to be honest, although technically you would have a target of the 200. It seems a little bit low to me to happen right away. I think it would bounce somewhere around the 150s, but eventually you would hit the 200. Now, that right now is sitting at very low $1, at like 112. That's very worrying.
If you're a community holder, for sure. A community member,
now.
sorry.
Copium right now is that we're forming a third drive of bullish divergence, and it will confirm if we close above $2.21. And that should give us a retest of these highs somewhere around 250s, lower highs. And if you can start to close over that 250 area, that's where the Hopium really starts to come back alive to retesting our all-time highs. 4 already has confirmed bullish divergence. We have hit some of the easy targets because we've went up to the 21 EMA and the 55 EMA. If we get a close above $2.27, that would send us a move up to that $2.50 area. But if you close below $2.13, this will invalidate, and you're very likely going to break these lows here at 180 and go towards 160s. Ding. Oof. Monthly is getting very close to flipping our monthly momentum down, right at the edge of the bearish, the bullish critical zone, and we will flip down if you can close below 170. Right now, we are not slightly, we are a good amount above that 170, but that 170 number would be above the 150s area that we would be looking at 160s to 150s if it were to break down, which would then flip monthly momentum to the downside. And that hasn't happened since about this summer chop, where we did go down a lot. We went up from like 60s to like mid 40s, which is around more than a 30% move. And before that, the last time around we flipped from around this high was around the 2021 cycle highs. Very sombering information. 2-week as well flipped to the downside. Going to be flipped down below $2.69. Weekly also flipped to the downside with a derp of death, slipped down below 286. 5-day pointed down, derp of death, flipped down below 273. 2-day flipped down below 233. Daily is flipped down below 242. And 4-hour is now just about to freshly flip down if you can close in the next 2.5 hours below $2.19. We're just slightly above that number right now. Let's go down a little bit lower to get some bias. And right now, same thing as the 2-hour, just about to flip down 24 minutes. If you can close back down below 1 cent, down below 1.5 cent, below 221, that will flip down. See, a little bit lower. And this is already starting to flip down too. Even the hourly is starting to flip down below 224. We are below that number now. A little super degenerate. This is a little hopium.
Go to the 1 minute.
Hopium that 30-minute is flipped up, so that does make it a little bit more likely possible that the 4-hour can flip up. But right now, it is kind of looking grim because if we can load it, come on, because the pivot is only 3 cents below where price action is right now. It's going to come down to that 4-hour close. If we can flip that one up, that's going to turn the daily back up to the upside too, and then we can retest that $2.50 area. Very likely that this can end up being a lower high. Right now in XRP, all it's kind of looking weird to me because the monthly is still pointed to the upside and is still bullish, whereas Bitcoin has flipped down. But I wouldn't put too much weight on that because it is a shitcoin, and you're seeing the lower time frames are flipping down, and you are confirming bearish divergence on the 2-week, and you have the weekly to the downside. Every single time frame is basically to the downside. The only hopium is that the daily and lower are starting to flip up, and if you can flip those up, it likely goes to somewhere around 250s to 260s. Likely a lower high before you end up breaking out to 150. Or 160s. Invalidation is if you close over 260 on a preferably a daily basis. That's where you start to retest somewhere around that upper $3 area. If you close over $3.03, that's where you confirm the hidden bullish divergence and go to new all-time highs. If you were to close right now below or even tick below 194, that's where you likely break down towards 160s to 150s. You get any type of even a daily close below $1.50. That's where you break down and probably go below $1, maybe even below 60 cents.
God damn, that would be quite tragic. Perfect.
I'm leaning towards that.
There you go, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think, if it all continues to go the way that it's been going so far, it has to nuke, along with everything else, right? It's not special.
Yeah.
I actually love that people think XRP is different than all coins, and that it's going to have a completely different price on a bear market, whereas everything else is going down. And do you guys know who Patrick Bet-David is?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he now includes the analysis of cryptocurrencies along with XRP. So he made a video. I sent it to you, where he's saying that XRP is going to go to $1,000.
$1,000.
I promise you, you know how he does those calls where people talk to him about their finances? If somebody were to told him that, he'd be like, stop smoking crack.
Oh, no question about it. No fucking question about it. Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to let you guys get back to getting locked up in your bathroom. Is there anything else you would like to say?
No, sir. I'm about to meet up with my girl for lunch. So, buenos tardes and provecho.
Awesome. Alex got
I'm lagging, but
there you go.
Boys.
Have a good one, dude. Thank you so much for everything.
Hasta luego.
Bye. Pobre Alex, quedándose encerrado en el baño, tal cual como me pasó. A los que me siguen en Instagram se la saben. Estamos viendo XRP, damas y caballeros, la moneda del futuro, ¿no? La que van a cambiar por el dólar. ¡Qué bruto! XRP empieza a verse mal. Empezamos a vernos algo mal en XRP. Simplemente estudiando nuestra tabla diaria, tenemos este tope, tenemos este alto más bajo, tenemos este alto más bajo y ahora estamos buscando hacer un alto más bajo. La pregunta es, ¿dónde lo vamos a hacer? Porque ya tuvimos el breakdown, tuvimos el retesteo. Esto es por lo que invertir en alts es tan difícil, porque este retesteo bajista normalmente hubiera pasado literalmente en esta zona, pero no, obviamente no. Y no nada más no pasó esa zona, se llevó estos altos y llegó hasta acá, instantáneamente rechazó y tuvo la pérdida de la zona, pero después volvió a dar un intento más de regreso y ahora ese rechazo nos llevó hasta acá. ¿Qué estamos viendo un poco más de cerca acá? Tenemos este mínimo y un mínimo más bajo. Tienes este alto, alto más bajo. Y ahora la pregunta es, ¿alto más bajo acá o alto más bajo acá? Esa es la única pregunta porque es lo que toca. Básicamente la temporalidad de 2 semanas, la semanal, la diaria, 4 días, la de 5 días, etcétera, todas tienen divergencias bajistas y todos tienen momentum apuntando para abajo. El único hopium que existe para la gente es en temporalidad corta como la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, podemos ver que está empezando a intentar recuperar el 9, el 21, pero está encontrándose con la resistencia del 34, tal cual. Esta fue una gran vela de indecisión, la de justamente antes, esta, una gran vela de indecisión, ¿por qué es una vela de indecisión? Porque tiene el cuerpo en medio, es 25% el tamaño de la vela o menos, y pueden ver lo delgada que es para arriba y para abajo y más o menos se ve que está en medio. ¿Ok? Ahora, vamos a cerrar esto con una belleza de análisis. No podemos fiarnos de temporalidades muy altas en esto, pero lo que sí podemos es ver en la mensual. Tuvimos una vela topera mensual justamente en esta zona. Pero nunca tuvimos una confirmación. Nuestra confirmación estaría abajo de los 1.80. Pero ahora tenemos otra vela topera que cierra en 19 días y 7 horas. Y esta vela topera, siempre y cuando cierre bueno, para empezar, esta vela topera cerrando nos dice que aquí hay otra posibilidad de tope. Y nuestra confirmación sería un cierre por debajo del 1.88, si es que se queda tal cual. Si esta vela sube hasta acá y hace esto, no cuenta. Entonces tenemos todavía 19 días y varias horas para ver el resultado de esto. Vamos a ponerlo. Los únicos tiempos alcistas son la trimestral y la mensual, pero al mismo tiempo estos time frames tan grandes no le funcionan, estas temporalidades tan altas no le funcionan a un shitcoin, a cualquier altcoin, perdón que le diga shitcoin, es lo que es. Estamos siendo rechazados de la parte alta de la zona amarilla, caímos en el 78.6% y ni siquiera hemos ido a tocar el 9. Eso nos dice que muy probablemente nuestro objetivo vaya a ser el 1.733 antes del cierre de esta vela, a menos de que podamos cerrar por encima de 2.47. Les voy a llevar a la semanal. Semanal pueden ver que ya caímos del promedio del 9, lo perdimos por primera vez así eficiente acá. Esta vela no es una vela envolvente bajista, pero ahora estás cayendo y te está aguantando el promedio del 21. De llegar a perder tu promedio del 21 en los 2.11, vas a ir a la siguiente zona, que es justamente, coincide con mi línea meme en los 1.95, y porque ya la has testeado varias veces, muy probablemente te va a llevar a tu promedio del 34. Promedio del 34 está en 1.77, que es donde está el EMA 9 en la mensual, que es donde te señalé que muy probablemente ahí es donde íbamos, sería acá justamente. Esto. Faltan 4 días y 7 horas para cerrar esto y después vamos a ver cómo se mueven las piezas. Pero en la diaria yo creo que es bastante obvio. Ya caímos de absolutamente todo. Estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 9. Estamos cayendo del 61.8% al 78.6%. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Les voy a quitar el HPDR para que lo tengan claro. Porque pueden ver que nuestros promedios están en la media del HPDR y en la parte baja con el amarillo. Básicamente lo que estamos viendo acá es sencillo. 1. Quiero medir cuánto estamos abajo desde el tope en XRP. Al día de hoy estamos 34% abajo, llegamos a un 43% abajo. Honestamente no es tan alarmante en un shitcoin de estos. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja por acá que se está dando. ¿Qué nos dice cada que hay un cruce plateado a la baja? Que tu buena entrada va a ser un retesteo del promedio del 9. Tu promedio del 9 está en los 2.26. Ahora, la oportunidad acá es sencilla. Es básicamente tu entrada en esta zona, entre el 100 y el 9, y tu invalidación es esta vela en los 2.34. Pero digamos que esto llega hasta la zona de los 2.45. Ahí tranquilamente puedes hacer el alto más bajo antes de continuar a la baja. Lo que no sabemos exactamente es dónde se va a detener. Y XRP es muy predatorio. No me digan que no. ¿No? O sea, después de ese movimiento. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos? Si somos bajistas, esperamos retesteos y para abajo, retesteos de zonas y para abajo, ¿ok? Y ese retesteo de zona puede llegar hasta acá, porque eso no quitaría que este es un alto más bajo, o puede llegar hasta acá, de acuerdo a XRP, porque no quitaría este alto y seguiría siendo un alto más bajo y después podría ser un bajo más bajo, que es lo más culero de todo en meterte en altcoins. Es muy difícil para mí. Es que ya estoy viejo, pero ustedes que están joven todavía se han degenerado. No. Simplemente para poder invalidar la tendencia bajista en la que nosotros estamos viendo a XRP, tendríamos que cerrar por encima del 2.64. 2.64 sería primer objetivo, segundo objetivo van a ser casi los 3.3 y de ahí podríamos pensar una vez más a ir a altos históricos. Pero por ahora, teniendo un cruce plateado a la baja, viendo cómo está todo esto, viendo dónde te estás encontrando al promedio del 100 y que ya hiciste un SFP y te engañó, muy probablemente en realidad este no sea un SFP. En realidad el SFP es este. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir? A la baja. Una vez más, nos equivocamos por encima de esto del 2.64 y volvemos alcistas. Por ahora, creo que vamos a encontrar un rebote bajista en esta zona y tal vez ya lo está haciendo o todavía puede que suba a esta zona y luego baje. Así que estén al pendiente de eso en XRP. Muy interesante, honestamente, el mercado. Voy a checarlo rápido, lo voy a checar con ustedes. Un segundo. Tenemos al S&P 500 recuperando algo de sus perdidonas. Voy a ponerlo. Está en la diaria, bien. Tenemos al Nasdaq, pero vean, ojo, el S&P 500 está retesteando un nivel que lo está haciendo que lo está rechazando. Ahora, mi gráfico del S&P 500 es una vergüenza, pero como tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, esperaría que el S&P 500 tenga un rally a la zona de los 5,760 para después ser ahí rechazado por el S&P 200, que todavía no ha tenido un retesteo. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? El S&P 200 que no ha tenido un retesteo por acá y el IMA 9. Eso quiere decir que el S&P probablemente haga esto y bolas, güey, continúe para abajo. Vamos a ver el Dow Jones. Dow Jones, lo mismo. Aquí tienes tu promedio de S&P 200, por lo que espero lo mismo con un cruce bajista plateado. El Russell 2000, bueno, el Russell 2000 por fin regresó a mi línea de breakout y probablemente no la aguante. Perdiendo esta línea, el Russell 2000 se va a ir al pit, pero al pito. ¿Qué tan bajo? Muy probablemente a los 1,600. Atentos ahí. Sí, 1,600. ¡Wow! ¡Qué mamada! ¿Qué más? El VIX ha tenido su momento, está haciendo altos más altos, está haciendo bajos más altos. VIX quiere ir a 36.29 y eso es negativo para el mercado, pero primero tiene que respirar. El dólar está aguantando justamente en mi zona. Por ahora, vamos a ver si continúa para abajo, pero personalmente creo que el fondo del dólar no puede estar tan lejos. No puede estar tan lejos. Aunque venir al 101.699 no me volaría la cabeza, nada más sería bastante predatorio para todo. Después de dar su continuación a la alza y los intereses han subido, han bajado, han subido, han bajado, pero ya están haciendo un alto más bajo, a menos de que no nos podamos llevar esto en el de 10 años. Bien. ¿Y cómo vamos con Bitcoin? 22, ok. Voy a analizar a ver qué trades existen en el eTrading Academy. Voy a darme una vuelta Y con eso los voy a dejar. Muchísimas gracias a todos por venir acá este miércoles con nosotros a compartir, a pasarla bien, a tradear. Pórtense bien. Los estamos viendo en el Discord, los estamos viendo acá el viernes, que tenemos, por supuesto, otro casino del tío Salo. Nos vemos pronto. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Vean, todavía no dejo mi taza del amor y la amistad. Qué pena.